Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Skarzig, making my glorious return, and joining me on the desk for this new metagame is Impetuous Panda. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great because the gang is back together. You've been gone for like 2 weeks now. You left me all alone here, but now you're back and ready to tackle what is week 2 in the World Walker expansion. Last week was in theory, the very creative, very spicy. This one should be a bit more refined, a bit more settled down, and maybe we will take a deep dive into what some of the decks look like in this meta as well, Scars.
That is what I'm looking forward to. This patch, this expansion was all about adding that new spice, but also revitalizing almost every single older archetype. So a lot of decks are going to have another shot at, taking their spot in the competitive metagame. Even if a deck isn't that good, as long as it has good matchups against popular tournament decks, it can find that niche. And to be honest, that's what Deep specializes at doing.
It does. That is very true. We do have the format to go into, and Skarzig is back, so now he'll be back to his format explaining duties as is usual.
All right, format. So, for those of you who are just joining us, it is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players all across the EMEA shard. All of our matches are best of 3, and the players are going to bring 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap. They get to ban one of their opponent's deck, and then they play out that best of 3 with the remaining 2 decks. They got to get the win with both of those decks. Of course, they're going to be splitting that classic $200 prize pool with our top 2 players being re-invited back for next week, and maybe we'll get to see a nice bracket reset as well.
Talking about the players, though, we do have a lot of big names coming back into the swing of things for this edition of Fight Night. Names like Salty Simon, a previous Fight Night champion. I haven't seen him in a few weeks, and he's now back and trying to get another chance at glory here. We have players like Thomas, of course, regional or seasonal champion rather, and a player that has played a lot of aggro at the start of this year. A lot of lineups that he's brought triple aggro, and I'll leave a little spoiler in this case for this week as well. He has brought a triple aggro lineup. Then we have Jindin versus Mr. Zyra, who is from Bulgaria, so a country that's not always represented in Fight Night, but in this edition it will be. We have Sukhoi from France, Anarchy from Germany, Lord Vaughn coming back from last week's edition, representing Italy once again, and Genesis also coming back from last week's edition, representing Italy. So a pretty even split between countries, maybe Italy more on the heavy side in terms of representation, and kind of a mix of these kind of championship caliber names that have already kind of won big things and are trying to continue doing so, and the debutante players trying to maybe win their first Fight Night and try and make it a regular thing going forward.
Yeah, the newer players that show up always kind of had a little bit of a boost. They always put up really good showings. But lately, the competition has gotten a lot tougher. Like, it's always good that they get to kind of test their mettle versus these high-level players. But, man, like, a lot of these names are getting really, really terrifying to see, Panda, when you're going up against them as a newer tournament player. But we do have the player cards for our first selected match. We have to be very picky about who we showcase, make sure we get them good decks. But, Anarchy from Germany also showing it. That's an awesome picture, by the way.
He's trying to stay hidden, trying to keep his decks hidden, especially going into this tournament. Show us some surprises possibly, and I think he definitely is going to accomplish that because he's brought deep to this tournament, and that is a list that we haven't seen last week. Unfortunately, I was very disappointed in all 8 players. I hope they all know this. But this week we have 2 players actually breaking deep, so I'm once again calm and collected going to this tournament. And Dennis will be facing
Sukhoi. Very young from France.
Prodigy level player from France, trying to get into the scene very early on, and maybe that's going to favor him in the future with getting experience very early. They only have a lot of very young players in Runeterra, like Badgetak and Thomas. Maybe not so young now after 2 years, but they came into the scene at 17 years old or so and started making a mark very quickly. And now at such a young age already have so much experience to work with.
We talk a lot about how strong, this shard is overall. And one of the factors is because the community is very tight knit and they like to mentor each other. A lot of these younger players, just immediately dove in, kind of built a reputation for themselves, and then, respectfully received a lot of tutelage and training from more seasoned players, players like Oe and stuff. And they were just taking that to maximum advantage and now are able to kind of foster. It's funny to say younger generation where it's like literally as long as you're like 4 or 5 years older than somebody in the gaming community, then you are their senpai.
Looking at the bans coming through, Pantheon Yumi is banned. Triple Demacia lineup for Sukhoi with Scouts as well and the Akshan Sivir. And for Anarchy, it is an Ilaoi Ionia deck and Deep that have gone through that have not been banned. And the ban deck for him will be that Thralls deck that has gained so much popularity in the last week or so on ladder and in tournaments as well.
Thralls is one of those decks that if you aren't countering it, you have to ban it. It does what it wants to do. It's way more consistent than it's ever been, and it's just going to smoke you. Meanwhile, with this Ilaoi Ionia, this is, from what I understand, a Grandpa Roji special, the mid-range god, the Malphite one trick, and has been really popularizing this Ionia variant. Has the ghost, so you have these massive tentacles that grow and grow, and then you just get bopped out of nowhere. A lot of decks really struggle to deal with this sort of mechanic right now. Shurima, not as prominent as it used to be, but we knew that Quicksand was holding back a lot of shenanigans like this in the previous meta.
Sukhoi starting off with a tracker coming down on turn 1. Going to be able to activate it possibly on this turn, maybe with a protector even to get the barrier and the challenger as well. And really dissuading Anarchy from making any plays this turn. But Hired Gun is also a possibility. Going to be able to maybe make some trades in Anarchy's favor. But yeah, he knows what's coming. He knows the protectors are probably in hand and just skips there.
The classic, the open pass mind game there on turn 2. You want your opponent to develop into your Bright Steel Protector, your Petricite Broadwing, and get that free scoop. And Anarchy just gonna snipe this tracker, maybe try to set up the Watchful Idol. It's dangerous in this matchup, right? Petricite Broadwing just gets to hit it for free and deny a lot of that tentacle value. Might be looking for a smash here.
Both players have, I think, certain cards or certain game plans that the opponent is very aware of. So it's going to definitely cause some odd passes and some odd, anti-developments almost on certain turns. Like when you're playing against Tentacle Smash now, I think most players already got used to the fact that, hey, I can't really put down a valuable target unless the mana's already gone for Tentacle Smash on that turn.
Yeah, you got to play either something that is low value or something at least with a lot of attack power, right? Like once the tentacle starts to get big like this, it can survive beyond the Tentacle Smash. But if it's just a deal 3 and you don't get the tentacle afterwards, that's where I think it becomes a little bit problematic.
Of course, Sivir will benefit from her Spell Shield, which will definitely help in adding some extra survivability when it comes to, Tentacle Smash and just overall having this massive tentacle able to also control the board in the process.
Both sides, again, with this being such a board-based matchup, you've got to be very specific about picking your targets, knowing when to go in, and once you get that board dominance, you just bully your opponent and bully them until you can close out the game. And Anarchy has the capability of playing a board-based game, but has this side quest of keeping a tentacle alive, growing it big enough for it to become an actual threat. And so Sukhoi kind of gets to attack Anarchy's list from multiple angles.
It'll be very difficult to accomplish the side quest because you're going to have things like single combat in Demacia. You're going to have many different ways to kind of, at any point in time, interact with tentacle and make sure it can't really grow to a kind of crazy rate. And also you have very high attack totals with things like the Sandstone Chargers that are able to just trade 1-for-1 with a single combat, for example, and very easily control a tentacle game plan that is a little bit cheesy with this deck. You're playing Ghost, you're playing Elusive, you're playing Syncope, you're trying to just get a really big tentacle and sidestep your opponent's interaction, but it will be quite difficult to do so, I think.
Syncopation. Very nice tool here for considering protecting the Sea's voice. Again, focusing on, do I want to get this trade? Do I want to get the tentacle? Because the Sea's voice is permanently vulnerable, you're only going to protect it this turn. It's going to be constantly under assault. Might be better just let it go down.
It does end up going down, and 4 mana to work with here. Tentacle Smash, a possibility, but not really any juicy targets, as we mentioned. You kind of want to save this for something that is a little bit more value to take down. But once you go into a turn with more mana for Sukhoi, it's going to be harder to pull it off without having any interaction, as I mentioned before, with, not really Concerted Strike, because the tentacle's going to come down after the smash, but maybe some comment to take down some value on the current tentacle.
I really liked the potential to go for Tentacle Smash there, since Sukhoi didn't have any mana to respond with a Sharp Side or anything like that. You'd get your 4/1 Tentacle or whatever it would be in play, and maybe you could babysit it a little bit more with the Syncopation and with the Ghost. Just going to hard pass back.
Yeah, very awkward hand.
3 Tentacle.
Very awkward hand, to be honest. Kind of a very finishing hand with a lot of different tools to have this kind of ways to get a very big tentacle to connect to the Nexus, but not really the can to develop his tentacle to that point. And that's the problem here, I think.
We've got, exactly, this Ionia Alawi that is approaching a kind of mid-range game plan in a new way, taking advantage of newer cards and mechanics, repurposing some older ones, but you're going up against this grizzled veteran of the mid-range game plan, right, in Sivir Akshan, that's basically been defining that archetype for several seasons now, and that is the litmus test. It's like, okay, you're playing a cool mid-range deck, but what makes it better than Sivir Akshan?
Looks like we have a bit of a technical issue with with Anarchy's current game. I think it was streaming without delay, which is obviously a bit of a problem. So we're going to go to, I think, a different game as we sort that out and are able to maybe dive back into Anarchy's game, Anarchy series later on. We'll see. We'll see in a second. Production is trying to sort it out, trying to get us into a game right now. We might be jumping into the other Deep players game, possibly, which is Mr. Zyra from Bulgaria. But I don't want to get anyone too excited just yet. So bear with us and we'll confirm that in just a sec.
So I do want to ask you, Panda, as our resident Deep expert, we took a look at the deck list earlier. How do you feel about their builds? Do you think that these are appropriate new Deep builds, or are they missing some of the tech that is really, really strong right now?
I think both players are playing triple Lure of the Depths, which I think is a little bit greedy still in this current meta. I think Deep has always been a deck that you want to kind of just survive until you get deep. And when you get deep, usually you don't need anything else. You're already deep. As long as you have decent card drawn, you have your sea monsters, you have Nautilus on board, you already have enough. You don't need discounts. You don't need more discounts for the most part. You have maybe too much mana to work with, even going to turn like 7 or 8 or 9. The problem is making it to that point and getting deep on time, let's say. And it's not always easy. So I'm still not very sold on the triple lure. I know there was a few stat posts on Reddit going to the best win rate for deep decks, and there was no lure in those lists. It was just a very interesting kind of trying to survive kind of list, which I agree with.
What Slaughter Docs on there?
No, that's also
still too greedy.
Falls in the same package. It's just too slow and doing too little when the most important moment
the tides, please throw me a bone.
But there's a ship recorder, which I think is greedy in the right way. Instead of lure, but that's it's a whole discussion to have. I think we're dumping now into Salty Simon versus Lord Vaughn instead. I'm sorry, Deep enjoyers, not yet. We'll make it there eventually. I hope we're not going to get so rigged that we don't see a single game of Deep, but this is not going to be that game right now.
Flame Spitter now has the pokey stick. Simon can counter with Sands of Time. AoE -2 attack. Does Lord Vaughn have one more boost?
It looks like he doesn't.
Survives. Salty Simon is living.
And that's definitely an issue. 2 HP on both Nexuses. This makes it even more difficult. Maybe there's some amount of burn in the hand with Pokesticks and Controller's pull. I don't know what it could be, but with Tough on the Nexus seems to be almost impossible.
Wow, look at all the cards in Lord Vaughn's hand and still came up empty. Can Loping Telescope find something? Finds the messenger drawing another card. There is no burn in this deck. The thralls are coming. Salty Simon's not going to play into a potential Crescent Strike. Has the instant century to get one more thrall just for good measure.
This poor dog thrown in front of this attack. That is not good stuff by Lord Vaughn. But Salty Simon will take this game 1 with thralls. Of course, we mentioned it earlier. One of the decks that is now it was already very good in the right hands, especially. It was kind of a very niche, but still very good tournament deck that had interesting lineup, decisions and kind of consequences in terms of what you're picking and what your lineup looks like in total. But now with the addition of the Harbinger and the 6 Sands of Time is the name.
Yes.
Extra support that just rounded out the problems that maybe it had inconsistency in the early game and trying to get these huge turns. And now is maybe a little bit too consistent. The win rates and the play rate is very, very high on this deck right now.
And Salty Simon also combining that powerful deck with Shurima Viego, a powerful list from the previous metagame. Really rose to prominence with its ability to counter Feel a Rush, and Quicksand just being, again, a well-rounded answer for keeping your opponent's game plan contained as you build towards your Viego, and Hydrovine with Salty Simon is enjoying in the hand. Lord Vaughn also with the strong foundation here. Double Grandfather Fae means that we're going to have big Owlcats punching through. Salty Simon only has a Vile Feast, might not be able to keep up with the Swarm.
Gonna have a chance with the Ephemeral Mist that are generated to go wide pretty easily once he gets to the point where he has Viego on board, and as long as Viego can stay on the board and not get killed in any way. But for now, it looks like it's going to be okay here for Simon. That Treasure Seeker as well for next turn.
Pops the Spell Shield on the Owlcat. I do like that preemptive respect because we know that Spell Shield target, if it gets something attached to it, it becomes a pain to deal with. And Pokestick from Lord Vaughn means that this Merciless Hunter is going to trade into the Grandfather Fae. I think that's a fantastic exchange, just drawing one card. And refresh my memory, Panda. Lord Vaughn did top 8 at this last seasonal?
It's possible. As you know, Skarsnik, when you ask me about, when you ask me about winners, runner-ups, okay, but going to the top 8, all tournaments start muddling up in my mind. So
you do every seasonal, so I know that it becomes more difficult to keep them straight.
And the fight nights, especially as well, with usually the same overlap of European players. So it's like, well, it's possible.
It's okay. I will do the research over here on my other monitor. But we've got a big swing coming here from Lord Vaughn, and just not showing any fear towards the Camivore and Soldier, has the Pale Cascade to buff this second Grandfather Fae, get a nice trade down. The Librarian stays alive, sneaking in 4 damage with the Owlcat, and this is how you beat Shurima Viego, is you have to try to fight for a wide, aggressive, tempo-oriented game plan before this Viego comes down and gets set up. And now with Fizz hitting the board, if one of those 5 cards in Lord Vaughn's hand is a Papercraft Dragon or something, we are within, spitting distance of closing this one out.
Very slow turn here for Simon. A bit of an awkward hand. Just one turn away from the Hydrovines. And not really obviously a great target for Vengeance, because Fizz wouldn't really be one. You want to still wait for kind of more investment to be made onto a unit before you decide to go for 6-mana Vengeance in this case.
Oof, the Winding Light also coming down for Lord Vaughn. This is a new card that was meant to buff Nightfall, but we know that any Targon deck would want such a powerful AoE stat buff and Overwhelm win condition, and this has been seeing play as a one-of in these Aphelios stacks, and Salty Simon now getting bullied all the way down to 3 HP. Do you want to put the Viego in danger?
Is there not a chance for the Mist on the Owlcat and then Viego on the other side on the 4th? Yeah, there we go. There we go, Simon. Well done. You figured out the piece of the puzzle there. You're just going to take less damage on Viego. The damage that goes through is essentially the same. But yeah, it keeps Viego a little bit more healthy in case of pale Pokestick combos, for example. So definitely I think the better decision.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Viego does get that extra boost from the first Mist dying.
Yeah.
And maybe this is going to be a Viego gets big atrocity kind of game. It's going to be close. 5 HP. Pretty much everything in Lord Vaughn's deck can deal that amount of damage very easily.
There's the flip, and now Vaughn going to start doing his thing with quite a few different great tools in the hand for Simon right now. Has the Vengeance, has the Right, has the Quicksand, especially important in this case. So this is what you kind of want to do with a deck like this. You want to, fulfill your side quests, have your board in order, and then have a hand that really supports this board and supports kind of closing out the game, essentially.
So we've got Fizz being forced to sacrifice himself. So now we've got the board swinging back in the other direction. We saw the tail end of the first game where both players were down to very low health totals. And it's one more shot at Lord Vaughn being able to set up another elusive threat, some sort of combo to end the game here.
No Vengeance available for Simon on this turn, but has the Quicksand still for next turn, and now has a combo of both with, the chance to Vengeance something that one in the morning gets attached, for example, because Quicksand wouldn't work in that case for the elusive attach unit.
Taking a closer look at Lord Vaughn's deck, there's only one copy of Papercraft Dragon. He's not running the Flame Spitter combo either, so a little bit of over-the-top damage also missing. Right, of calling onto the Librarian. This is going to fish for another Viego, giving Simon a copy of Despair. And also growing him by one more stack.
And there is the Rainbow Fish coming online. Spell Shield still on the Owlcat.
So now
Despair to take off the Spell Shield, it looks like, and then Vengeance.
If you despair a Spell Shield unit, it pops the Spell Shield and it doesn't hit your Nexus. So that's a good way to pop that. Keep the Quicksand up. But I guess just has the mana for Quicksand plus Vengeance here.
Yep. That'll be a consideration. And there's not really much that Lord Vaughn can do in this case. Thank
goodness this deck hasn't started running Friendship and Bastion yet. Guiding Touch on the Nexus, going to draw a card. Draws another card.
Shenny, when it looks like that might be it. The surrender comes from Lord Vaughn. Salty Simon with a flex there. 2-0 win in this round. One able to do it with two very strong decks in the current meta, Thralls and Viego. And Lord Vaughn with Aphelios in both games, not able to really get the win. Very close both times, but just not quite there.
Yeah, we saw how just powerful, volatile those decks were. They put so much power in play so quickly. We got a nice showcase of the Winding Light as well, that devastating potential. But Shroomer Viego did it, does its classic game plan that it wanted. We saw Salty Simon kept that Viego in the opening hand, got the Quicksand, got the Hydrovine, and was able to close things out.
I'm going to go now back into the Anarchy versus Sukhoi series. It looks like everything was fixed and was, prepared now for us to jump back into that series and see what has happened in time that we have been gone. We were in game one, we left. I'm going to jump back probably into game two. I'm going to assume, and hopefully Deep is on the table in this case, or maybe we'll have to wait till game three to get there. But I'm going to jump back into that series and just see how it has progressed since we've been away.
We don't have the score just yet, but we've got Deep versus Scouts. Sukhoi running the Penitent Squire.
Scouts is, you see sea monsters, these big scare units that feast on everything else. No. It's the other way around here. Scouts is the one that feasts on Deep since the inception of time. Since the Big Bang first occurred, it was decreed that Scouts would beat Deep in every single matchup in the history of the world.
And Sukhoi, again, running the Penitent Squire version. Wanting to have a more consistent early game, wanting to set up with that Tattered Banner, Cytherea the Bold combo perhaps later on. But Sukhoi right now just has a Misfortune, has Quinn, has a wide curve coming up. Anarchy going to put up a good defense with Undergrowth and also a Maokai being able to keep wide. So that's a good thing. If we can get just a little bit of a wider board, go deep, Nautilus plus Atrocity looks like it could be a possible out. Sukhoi with the threat of Scout and Golden Aegis, however, is looking to take over the game here in the next couple turns.
Not sure what happened earlier, but this is actually a pretty stable position, it looks like, for Anarchy as a Deep player. Has a chance here to challenge Misfortune. If Ranger Resolve comes out, you still have mana for Undergrowth to guarantee the kill on Misfortune this turn. And then Quinn may come down, sure. Well, that would be all your mana. You would have no spell mana for next turn for the potential for a Golden Aegis. And you'd have to kind of reset and try and go for Quinn's level up very slowly. So I don't think this is a terrible position, to be honest.
Yeah, now we've got the Saplings helping to take down this board. Has to go for the Misfortune here. Ranger's Resolve will protect her for one more turn. If you wanted to specifically cover Ranger's Resolve, maybe Sharp Sight, try to go for Valor instead.
Misfortune is so important to kill here, though, that you have to kind of do
Yeah.
a two-step process. First, you try and get her through the challenger, which it would be a little bit too easy, obviously. But you have to go for it first and then see what your opponent responds with. And then you're able to have kind of the round 2 with the undergrowth possibility.
And at the very least, you know, you're getting that key resource out of the opponent on defense. Maybe that sets up for, you know, your other removal to take down this Misfortune. She's only at maybe 1 or 2 attacks of leveling up. So you've got one more shot at it, Anarchy.
I'd assume, was there not a Valor attack last turn? I believe the same Valor was there already last turn. So probably already 2 from the last, or 2 attacks last turn with Scout. Maybe even 3. I'm going to turn 6 now on the attack for Sukhoi, so it's possible. Anyway, I mean, I don't think it matters too much. It's just that you have to kill it now, basically, because next turn it will probably level up on the second attack.
And Sukhoi right now is thinking, do I want to float mana, make it easier to weave in this Golden Aegis? But just goes for it now.
Oh, that was very greedy, and that might be not game over, but definitely a big swing in Anarchy's favor. He's thinking, there's nothing else my opponent can do here with 1 mana to save this Misfortune from undergrowth.
So do you kill the Misfortune, or even if you undergrowth the Valor, they still get the rally. So
the
now
Maokai dies, but the reset in tempo for the Scout deck is so much that I mean, you can only play 1 of Quinn or Island Navigator next turn, and you have a, you know, I think this is very good news for Anarchy in this case.
The decision there, you could see how long it took Sukhoi to arrive at this conclusion, because with the Ranger's Resolve expiring at the start of the next turn, we've got Misfortune at 1 HP, so many ways for her to get removed from the board, that this was the best opportunity that Sukhoi had to level up that Misfortune.
And Maokai dying here isn't the end of the world, because you don't need Maokai as a win condition. All you need to do is survive until Scouts runs out of resources and keep yourself stable. And at 17 HP without a champion anywhere close to leveling up for Sukhoi, you're very, very stable. And you have very good projection for the next few rounds. So Anarchy's, I think that was obviously the priority, was killing Misfortune before it spiraled out of control. Especially in a place where he knew he could kill her 100%. There was no risk in making that play there with the undergrowth.
And as we go back in, just double dipping, killing the Maokai. You'd love to see it. Valor has tough, and it's just going to survive this exchange. We've got ways for Sukhoi to keep going wide, but not a lot of actual damage potential. We can see there hasn't been like a Vanguard Sergeant to have that 4 Demacia for that big boost with the Scout attack that you normally like to see to end games like this. Another undergrowth as well to keep the board under control. Anarchy is somehow staying afloat here.
Gonna play it a bit riskier for this turn with LoR. I think that's fine. You don't have many other sea monsters to play in this current hand. The Vengeance and Atrocity are a bit awkward, but you have to make a decision now. Either play LoR and you play Mega Dusk after to get the benefit from the discount, or you play Mega Dusk first, and that keeps you open for the undergrowth, but maybe it leaves you at a -1 mana discount. A little bit less efficient, but maybe a bit safer.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to get deep here pretty soon. And if you force Scouts to deal that little bit of extra direct damage, they can really only do it by, you know, trading your board down and getting damage around the sides. They really have no capability of doing so when you have like 2 or 3 like 6/6s and you're able to keep up.
I'm not sure exactly how far Anarchy is from deep. We know he had, I believe, at least 2 Maokai triggers. He might be close. I'm not sure this exactly does it. If it does, it would be a big blowout. But yeah, not quite. Actually, yeah. He had deep there, actually, with his undergrowth. So that is obviously big news. Sharp Sight is available for this Quinn, but wouldn't be enough to trade into this big Walrus. And this is the point where you have the stabilization now for Anarchy. You have the Vengeance in case there's any very big unit you need to kill immediately at some point later into the game when you have a lot of mana to do so. And you have a LoR for some extra card draw to keep you in the game with your sea monsters.
On it, beautiful to see. We've got the exact outcome that you want. You're getting deep at just the perfect time. You're getting your healing. You have fantastic blockers now to keep Sukhoi under control. There's only 2 cards in hand, right? We've got the Quinn's Blinding Assault and then just an Island Navigator. We know from the Penitent Squire and probably Anarchy already knows that there was no elites in hand when it was played in the first turn, so no Sergeant, no Sith-3 of the Bold to worry about. And we've got Vengeance and Atrocity, so as long as if Anarchy literally just draws like Nautilus here, you're good.
There are 3 copies of Sithria in this list for Sukhoi. That is the top end, but Tracker, as usual, coming in as a top deck later into the game is not what we want to see, and that happens a lot with Scouts players. You know, it's how the deck is built. You're trying to lead a very fast tempo, but that means that your top decks later on in the game are usually not going to be great on average. They'll be pretty low statted for the most part, especially when you have already 2 Quins that have been played out from hand and a Misfortune as well. But trying to go wide here, the Elusive going to be great at getting some extra card draw here, getting some more options for the next turn, and no Sharp Sight in sight for Sukhoi in hand, not able to do anything to stop this.
Dealing a bunch of direct damage, drawing a card, softening up the Nexus for the Atrocity. When you're the Scouts player, you have to take this hit, right? Because you need to preserve your board, keep it wide. Maybe you luck into Vanguard Sergeant or something off the top, and you can weave that and for Demacia. But by dropping down to 9 HP, you're going to get killed by this Atrocity.
Not quite yet. There aren't any of the bigger sea monsters on the board just yet. No Nautilus. Well, there he is. Thank you, Nautilus, for coming in right on time as the door opens up. Nautilus walks through, and now the nightmares will begin for Sukhoi as this board goes more and more into Deep's favor. Well, Strike Trader is not quite the one to do it, but still definitely a game that is now in control for Anarchy, and I don't really see him ever losing this in any parallel universe, despite what I said going into this game. Somehow, I'm not sure what happened exactly in the early game. We missed that, but kept himself stable enough, and that was, I think the turning point was that one very risky turn with the Golden Aegis. When you know there's still possibilities for Undergrowth in hand, there was mana for it as well. I think just way too greedy of a turn from Sukhoi. Sometimes you have to make these risks, especially when you're playing in a deck that has a window of time that you have to try and find success in that time, or you're done. So I don't blame him, but I think definitely was the point where Anarchy took over.
Precisely. So with Misfortune's help, Valor is able to take down this Megatusk, and we get another attack. This is one of those turns, right, where your board is full of scouts. You're able to scout, attack twice, and then Golden Aegis and scout again. So if Sukhoi had saved that, we might be able to pull victory back from the jaws of defeat. But Anarchy, once he kind of gets a better read on what is in Sukhoi's hand or what tools are available, might just drop down this Nautilus and just Atrocity next turn.
Only problem is he doesn't want to, self-mill himself. He has still 2 engines on the board that they have to cease their operation. They have to stop tossing cards because we're getting into the danger zone. But I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. Nautilus still hasn't refilled the deck. We were at 9 cards right now. And yeah, there should be no issue with closing the game with the Atrocity, since there is absolutely no interaction to stop that from the Scouts deck.
Yeah. With the only nightmare scenario is there's a bunch of challengers in play. Your Nexus HP is kind of already low, and then they have exactly like Golden Aegis plus 4 Demacia. But Anarchy is already aware that half of those pieces are already missing from this equation, and now with no attack tokens, not even going to play the Nautilus down. Wow.
I think it's fine, because if he draws a sea monster this turn, he has the possibility to play it pretty much 100% of the time. And was just scared of a rally, was scared of this Misfortune leveling up. It's maybe the only way there's any chance he loses this game. He won't be kind of outvalued at this point with Scouts, and wants to keep his Vengeance open in case the moment the rally goes down, he can kill off Misfortune and then essentially stop anything from happening.
But again, with just 3 massive blockers and Nautilus, who is immune to bullet time because of his tough, I think that you can just be a little bit more disrespectful there. Just play the Nautilus down. I'm
a disrespectful player overall, so I would have definitely not waited. But I guess just making sure there's absolutely no window where he can lose this game. I don't think there would be anyway, but going for the safest possible play.
Not going for Atrocity. Now, Anarchy is just dealing mental damage here going into game 3. This is also very important.
He's now figured out that he has Atrocity in hand, and he will Throw a fish on a catapult directly at the opponent's nexus. Shenimo comes through from Sukhoi, and Anarchy is able to tie this series 1-1 with Deep versus Scout, a matchup rather, that I think in the history of Runeterra, with a lot of data to work with, because these are two fan favorite decks for better or for worse, is a matchup that is heavily skewed in Scout's favor. So a very big upset win there for Anarchy to keep him alive in this series, and now have a chance to win with the Illaoi Ionia deck against the Scouts list coming into game 3.
So Illaoi Ionia versus Scouts is also going to be pretty difficult, right? Where you want to develop a unit that you don't want to participate in combat right away. And versus a Scout deck, that's their whole shtick, is they're forcing you to fight them. And if you don't, they snowball the game way too hard. We know that the main danger is just playing Misfortune into Tentacle Smash. So as long as, you know, this Ranger's Resolve or a Sharp Sight can come through at the right moment, we're going to be fine. Sculptor, Misfortune, Ranger's Resolve, and then you just take over the game from there. Are you really going to Will of Ionia a Misfortune? Do you have to take that kind of line? Saving the deny for the Golden Aegis. It looks like that's a full keep. Anarchy is playing an anti-scout strategy.
I'm not surprised. Hired Gun going to be very good for 2-for-1s, making sure the board is going to, you know, stay pretty narrow for Sukhoi. You have a Tentacle Smash, which is fantastic against Misfortune. Really, there's nothing that Sukhoi can do except for Range of Resolve, and still would not really come out winning in that interaction. And as you mentioned, deny and will to just reset and to deny, well, the very important spells that give rally effects to Sukhoi's deck. So overall, a pretty balanced hand. The second Hired Gun, even more so. It's going to keep kind of some interactive control of the board here for Anarchy.
Beautiful. And then after such a fantastic keep that's going to shut down the Scouts lineup, gets the Watchful Idol off the top, so you're able to set that up and get your own win condition in play as well. Sukhoi, not wanting to develop the Sculptor into a potential Hired Gun, plays the Mirai Ward instead. I'm a Greed Lord. I would go for Sculptor into Mirai. Because Sculptor into Mirai or Sculptor into Misfortune, putting extra points of HP on her does give her the capability to potentially survive that Tentacle Smash. I think that Sukhoi is going to try to bait something out here.
I think he has to, because he sees 5 mana is up for Anarchy. Very high chance of the Tentacle Smash coming down. I was going to say Anarchy Smash, but I think that's a different move altogether. And there is the Tentacle Smash onto Misfortune. You have the Ranger's Resolve, but there's already 2/2 stat lines on this first tentacle on the board, so not going to do much of anything. Just has to bow down to the power of the new Tentacle Overlords. If she were able to survive, next turn she would be met by a Hired Gun and kind of a challenge effect in combat as well. So just a deck that right now with his current hand is very fine-tuned to killing this Misfortune every time she comes down.
That's true. Even if there was Sculpture to Misfortune, if Misfortune's a 3/4 there, she still dies to the Watchful Idol Tentacle Smash curve. So this Sculptor is perhaps properly being saved by Sukhoi to essentially rebuild. Is looking to trade very ferociously here in the early mid game and then rebuild that board. We'll see if Anarchy's list is slow enough to allow for that to happen. This Tentacle is about to become a 7/4.
Not just Anarchy, but let's see if Sukhoi's list is slow enough, because Scouts are not really hoping to have rebuild strategies in their game plan. Usually they just play for tempo and try and catapult themselves off of that tempo into wins very early on in the game. The moment that gets slowed down to any degree, you end up getting into some amount of problems going into top decks in late game. You're going to get more and more value by pretty much every deck that isn't as fast as you are.
There is the potential now with Anarchy down to only 1 mana to... Well, Anarchy's maybe thinking, do I just go for Ghost here? But Sukhoi has exactly the line here now to safely develop the Sculptor, play the Broadwing, maybe play Fleet Feather Tracker and float an extra mana into the next turn. Then
the
go
Ghost
for
doesn't
Quinn.
Really do much of anything, considering it's a give effect, and obviously still 20 HP on the next for Sukhoi, so I think there's no need to dump mana into trying to finish the game or trying to deal damage to the Nexus right now, when you still have to have, I think, spell mana available for things like Will of Ionia and
threatening
deny.
15 damage on turn 4, by the way. Illaoi gets the growth from the Tentacle, not like this. Forces a trade down, and it's like this sort of sacrifice would be like the only reason you'd want to put the Ghost on the Tentacle. Just to stop this chump block, because now with the Tentacle being set down to a 7/2, it can potentially get sniped by the Fleet Feather Tracker or Valor or something. But with Will of Ionia, maybe you're okay with that. This is still going to level Illaoi though, isn't it? No,
It will.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that's the case.
Ooh.
Illaoi levels up, and this is a champion that, like many other champions in the game, when she levels up, when she reaches level 2, she becomes almost unkillable, and she becomes, a champion that you have to deal with pretty much, as soon as possible, because if not, things can get out of hand very, very quickly.
So speaking of things getting out of hand, Tetrasite Broadwing is about to go back into Sukhoi's hand. Anarchy's already hovering it. As soon as this challenger comes out to snipe the tentacle, Will of Ionia will deny that. And then once Illaoi's level 2 form attacks, it fully heals the tentacle. There is going to be no way for Sukhoi to deal with 2, 7, or 8 HP targets. And it's going to be another massive swing with Ghost for the lethal.
I'd be thinking maybe it's fine. Maybe my game plan revolves around something other than just dealing damage through combat. But this is scouts we're talking about. So with an unkillable unit in front of it, it's going to have a very hard time dealing any amount of damage, winning any kind of trades, and going wide, as wide as you need to actually get a win when your opponent's still at 17 HP going to turn 5, when your opponent still has Tentacle Smash, when your opponent still has ways to interact with Misfortune for a second time, despite the buff to the HP here, because you're not really running any interaction of your own as a scouts player. So this is where the deck suffers.
I guess the only saving grace is that Mirai Warden dropped off an elusive blocker, but it's not going to matter. Illaoi's going to get absolutely massive. You've got Will of Ionia to even just bounce whatever is going to block the tentacle maybe. So I'm just... Anarchy really making it work. Sukhoi just a little bit too slow. That key tentacle smash on the first Misfortune just completely breaks that snowball potential from scouts. And this tentacle just got too big too quickly. Hired gun giving Anarchy so many options at keeping this board contained and making this tentacle snowball out of control.
Has to consider what the best of the options are. It's a little bit difficult. You have Will of Ionia here, maybe defensively. Maybe you don't value killing Misfortune so much right now because she isn't really a threat yet. You want to wait till she gets progress and then reset her with Tentacle Smash or Will, for example, is a possibility.
I think that it is certainly going to be Will on the Broadwing. We need this big tentacle in play because Illaoi absorbs its power when she attacks. If this tentacle were somehow to go down, then Illaoi just is a 4/7. She does spawn 2 when she strikes. When she attacks, rather.
You have to will now, ideally. I think there's no benefit to doing it later, and you just would take 1 damage from the Misfortune ping if not. So good decision here by Anarchy. Gets the will now, as you mentioned, onto the Broadwing. No challenge possible. Tentacle will stay out of combat, but that means that some damage will come in around the sides, although not with Misfortune, or else she could be killed next turn.
Sukhoi gets a cheeky just wide swing here, trying to push through as much damage as possible. Knows that Illaoi and the tentacle are just going to be threatening lethal on the next swing, so has to try to present a big front here.
And is actually going to go in with the Misfortune as well, which means that she will be at 2 HP next turn. She can get dragged with... I guess she would get dragged with Illaoi anyway, and get killed anyway, regardless. So yeah, I guess not a bad decision here by Sukhoi. 12 HP for both players, but maybe a bit more in favor of Anarchy in this case.
Wow, so it's actually a triple Illaoi draw. Look at all the tentacle smashes. Gonna get rid of this elusive blocker.
The sharp side top deck gonna punish this line though.
You spawn 3 and then attack. So does the sharp side... Wait, does it... You spawn 3 and then you attack. So the tentacle's still going to survive
No,
right?
but for the elusive attack with Ghost, if you're trying to cheese a win on this turn, you have a sharp side to block the tentacle.
Okay. So honestly, yeah, you could just ghost the Illaoi then, because she's going to get massive because the tentacle is getting +3 from the tentacle smash.
Yeah.
So
because she does have the overwhelm. So yeah, you just give Ghost to the... I guess, yeah, either way, the sharp side's still there to block the elusive, but it's going to be a lot of damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not in my contract to crunch the numbers, but if Sukhoi's going to live, it's going to be just barely with like 1 HP or something. Because no, when Illaoi attacks, she's going to give the tentacle +2/+2, right? Because she spawns it again, and then it's going to give her +13, and then she's going to get overwhelmed. She has overwhelm, so it's going to be 13 damage overwhelm plus a ghost on the tentacle, perhaps. So you have the sharp sight in order to block the tentacle, and if you do that, then Illaoi is just going to punch through and you die.
I'm more of an enjoyer than a number cruncher. I just, like seeing things played out
It's just the concept of numbers.
Yeah, I'm just allergic to them. So I really do prefer, more the action phase of Runeterra. When, the attack is committed, you see the stats come online, you look at the, the Oracle Eye, and it tells you already.
And it has a little thing, yeah, like it tells you that it's minus 26. There's a little symbol that pops up that shows the Nexus like shattering on the opponent's side when it's going to be lethal. But look at these beautiful big green numbers. So we've got deep and also tentacles. And Panda is very happy.
Lethal, even if Range of Resolve is played, would still be enough damage just for the Overwhelm and Misfortune, or on Ilaoi rather. You have the Sharp Side to block, and you can't have the stats and Misfortune to block for more. So that is going to be exact lethal from Anarchy. Shenimo comes through. 12 is 12, confirmed in EU and in all parts of the world. And that means that Anarchy is able to get a crazy reverse sweep. Losing the first game of the series, coming back with deep against scouts, very, very unlikely win against that matchup, and then doing it as well with this Ilaoi deck that seemed to have a lot of the tools you need to control these scouts' game plan.
Beautiful. I know Tentacle Smash, Will of Ionia, having a little bit of tempo, keeping that snowball under control is seemingly the way to beat scouts these days. Even if you try to contest them on board, they just have so many good stat lines and multiple attack after attack after attack that you can't keep up. So you have to answer those threats directly, and Tentacle Smash is a fantastic way to do that. We're going to take a look now at the bracket now that we've worked through the first round. Salty Simon, we already saw him take that easy 2-0 versus Lord Vaughn. Going to advance versus Thomas, who's on that aggressive streak, still in his aggressive villain arc. Anarchy advancing and has to take on Jinden.
And you said it, there's no easy matchups. There's no easy routes for these debut players in fight nights. And it seems to be the case here. A lot of the big names and the, players that have proven a lot in the past year or two in Runeterra are here in the semifinals now. Salty Simon versus Thomas. That is an all-time great matchup in that semifinals number 2. And we have Jinden, the winner of last week's fight night, the Lurk Master himself, also advancing into this round 2, trying to make it a back-to-back in this week's tournament. But that will be it for this round 1. If you're looking forward to more deep action or just action in general, definitely stay tuned. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just saw an action-packed first round with some classic matchups being turned on their head and some powerful upsets. The strongest players in the Shard are advancing through the bracket, and we're going to continue on that journey alongside them.
Talking about powerful players, we have Salty Simon versus Thomas coming up. We just saw Salty Simon in a bit of a, roundabout way in round one due to a problem with the first match we were casting. But we didn't see too much of him. We only saw, I guess we saw both games, but they were both very, very quick and definitely a very confident display from Simon coming into that game or that first round. Now into the round two, though, facing off against Thomas, a player that he's faced off before and fight it many times because both these players had very good runs kind of around the same time at the start of this year. But Thomas once again bringing a triple aggro lineup that Salty Simon will have to find a way to deal with his current lineup.
I know that a lot of players are very confident that Thralls has a lot of play into aggro right now, just because you have more early game with Harbinger. You just not even just getting Thralls consistently, but having bodies in play on the board is so important. And we know that in these aggressive matchups, all you need to do is hit one Tavern Keeper, hit one Blighted Ravine, and you're good to go. And now we've got the Sands of Time, that AoE -2. You take that Spirit Fire effect, you make it 1 mana cheaper. That's all you need to stabilize against a wide potential finishing swing. And so we could see Thralls go down, and forcing Salty Simon to find those wins with his remaining decks is probably going to be Thomas's strategy.
It's going to be very interesting. I think both players as pilots on either of these two strategies, Thomas with aggro and Simon with Thralls. He's a player that played Thralls even before now with the new addition of cards, and now it's become that much more popular. He was already playing Thralls, in the past. It was a deck that he liked to play in tournaments. So they're both players that I think I would consider are very experienced on both different strategies. So it would be a very good test to see how some of the best players in Europe are able to pilot these two decks and how that matchup looks like, as long as it's not a non-game with the hands that are drawn, etc. But like you said, maybe it's just Thralls being banned and the two other decks from Simon coming through. We're going to find out very, very shortly. And we're going to see exactly what aggro lineup Thomas has brought, because now aggro is a little bit more broad in terms of the different options you have. Before it used to be just spiders and pirates, etc. But now Annie and Jin enter the conversation as well.
Oh man, Annie Jin being showcased here by Thomas. This deck got a lot of mileage in the first 3 days of the expansion, and then fell off once players started teching in a little bit more healing. But the true disciples of Jin have, said that with proper plays and subtlety and nuance, you can still make those wins happen. I love the addition of Sunhawk to get that extra stun tempo. It still has a reputation of being just a red deck, me go face, you dead kind of list, but we have these additional lines where you try to save up Sunhawk and double stagehand type ideas to go for wide swings where you're just AoE stunning your opponent and get your damage in that way.
Second deck for Thomas will be Zed Bard, a deck that I think was the most played deck actually in the last few days on ladder. So just very, very popular. Thomas himself was actually a player that tweeted out very, very early on. I even responded to delete the tweet when he posted it because he had an 80-something% win rate over 20 or 30 games on day 2 of the expansion. And I don't want to deal with Zed decks early on, so I'm like, please, sir, don't do this to us. But it caught on, not, I think, only through Thomas's influence, but through a lot of different players definitely piloting it to great success in the first few days and making to masters very quickly on this deck, possibly even.
Everybody loves Sign-In Thousand Tailed. We got the 1 Kinko Lifeblade as well. Helps you win the mirror. We know that historically elusive decks are susceptible to getting just burned down. So if you hit that Lifeblade and even the Spirit's Refuge, you just immediately stabilize off of any of your massive blockers. I love the Maker in this deck as well. It was a card that some players thought was very good and a card that a lot of players thought wasn't going to be that great. But if you're able to just buff it up with Chimes, then it just becomes a fantastic 3 mana, summon a big thing and recall an opponent's thing, and you're just so far ahead. And look at this, Salty Simon doesn't want to deal with Zed either. Is going to roll the dice versus Annie Jin, says, hey, I've got some healing in the Viego deck that gets banned. Thralls up. Oh my god. This is going to be exciting. I don't know if I've seen Scion versus Thralls ever.
Well, we might see it today. Deck 1, locked in for Salty Simon will be Thralls, and it will be this Jin Annie list. It does have a pretty large number of stuns, but at the end of the day, this is going to be a very aggressive list. Oh no, Thomas.
Mulligan's the Clockwork Curator away, is looking for a Thrall or a Harbinger, wants that Thrall generation. You've got to remember, in these aggressive matchups, it's not just about mulliganing hard for survivability. It's about getting one or two Thralls in play.
It was already mulligan. I thought he had 2 decimates in the starting hand. That was a pre-mulligan. Thank the Lord, because that was looking pretty rough otherwise. And now a much more aggressive hand with early drops all around for Thomas here. Not going to have the dreaded triple 1 drops, but still has a chance to draw into it. And if not, has very good 2-drop here with the Boom Crew.
Ooh, and Salty Simon missing out on an early Thrall. Nothing to accelerate. Has a 3 Sisters in the hand, and that's about it. Okay, so here's the thing. Do you whiff Time in a Bottle here just to predict and try to find like a Blighted Ravine or a Tavern Keeper or something?
I don't think so. You have a way to dump mana soon, possibly this turn if you find anything. Ooh, this is not a great hand for Simon.
The Brickening, we talked about how it's so consistent, this Thralls deck.
Oh,
just
Simon.
surrenders.
Well, I did say that we would find out what these matchups look like with Thralls against aggro lists if the players had the right hand and it wasn't a non-game. That, my friends, is what we call a non-game. The hand for Simon was entirely bricked until turn 4. The hand for Thomas was not. And so when one is bricked and the other is not, the one that is not bricked wins the game in the case of aggro versus Thralls. That is now
and that was
a rule that we've
full
learned.
Mulligan as well. That was a full mulligan from Salty Simon. He kicked a Clockwork Curator, a Promising Future. I think it was another Time in a Bottle. And it just wasn't working for him. I think you would keep the 2/2 just to have a generic blocker versus an aggressive opening. But this is looking a little bit more stable. But now we have to do it versus Scion.
And you have to do it 2 times in a row with Thralls and then with Pantheon Yuumi as the second deck that Simon has available in this series. So already a bad start. And for Simon of all players, a player that is sometimes, can get some mental damage from losses like those. We'll hope he recovers in time for this game too and is able to play at a top level that we know and definitely expect from him.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to Draven Scion, we know that at its maximum output, this deck was running at one point like 30-something points of direct Nexus damage. And I think it's kind of cooled down off of that win condition, is now just going to play for tempo in the early mid game. But then Salty Simon has a lot of ways to interact with that. Once you get like 3 Sisters and Tomb to stop the Scion attack plus rally, this list realistically can't stop the Thralls. If we can get tough on the Nexus, then your Hail Mary outs with your Decimates and your Get Exciteds are also going to be off the table. Salty Simon gets to play Lissandra on 3 and get the first Thrall of the set down.
Draven now coming down on 3 as well. And as you mentioned, 15 HP on the Nexus here for Simon. We talk always about the 3-axis approach to Scion decks and kind of the homework you have to do early on in terms of the board damage, and we're seeing it here. But this Ice Shard
goes for the Spinning Axe to get the Flame Chompers in play. Please put the Axe on the Draven, and then we pull the Lissandra to the side. We're going to be threatening 9 more damage potentially here. Salty Simon does have the Ice Shard, however.
Yeah, that will be the case. And I think Tom is very much aware that Ice Shard is a possibility and that it will disrupt 5 of the damage from connecting here, but not enough to stop the Draven, putting the Nexus down to 11. So the homework from the initial combat damage has definitely come through now for Thomas. Has to keep control of the game, not get the Thralls too out of control until Scion comes down. And hopefully, I think it's going to be tough for Scion to deal any overwhelm damage in this case because of the defense totals on the Thralls.
And okay, Clockwork Curator comes through, accelerating this Thrall even further, gets a 2/2 chump blocker. Lissandra doing a lot of work right now. This Risen Rider that's in the hand also going to punish this. No fearsome blockers currently. Now Time in a Bottle. What's the prediction? 3 Sisters looks good. But do you want to get baited here? Do you skip? Maybe hope for a Harbinger. Maybe hope for a Tavern Keeper. Maybe a Ravine. Goes for Talia. It does fill out the curve beautifully. You're able to accelerate this Thrall and maybe get them with the Draklorn.
Still no fearsome blocker, 2 elusives as well, no ice shard here to be drawn. Avalanche can only be played at slow speed, and I expect an open attack with the current board here. There's really the expectation of Taliyah coming down and that really being the scarier thing that Thomas can face going to the next defense turn. But right now, this looks like a very strong initial attack here. There's a chance for Boom Baboon into the... Yeah, I think it's just an attack, an open attack. I think you have to take it.
Yeah, again, you've got this fearsome blocker in play. If you try to develop there with the Thrall at 2, there's always a chance for like another Clockwork Curator or another Time in a Bottle to get that 8/8 blocker. So you're just going to keep pushing damage here, taking advantage of the fearsome, getting these Daring Poros through. And now we've got 1 spinning axe for 1 more point of damage, setting Salty Simon down to 3 and putting him in range of a Get Excited top deck. There's also a Rummage in hand, which is beautiful for Thomas here.
Rite of Negation is there, but you can only stop 1 of the burn cards from coming through, and you still have to focus on using the mana to develop your own game plan, or else it's just going to be a test of time until Thomas finally does find the right amount of burn to end the game.
And we know that Salty Simon probably wasn't expecting to run into a lineup that's this aggressive. Not running Avalanche in this list. It does have the Buried in Ice, Triple Blighted Ravine, and of course the 1 Ice Shard. But if you want to also squeeze in that Avalanche, you have to cut one of your Thrall tools. Usually players will cut a Draklorn Inquisitor or maybe a copy of Imagined Possibilities. And when it comes to Thralls, you need to be just a bit more... sometimes greedy, right, when it comes to your deck build. We've got Three Sisters Flash Freeze to stop the Draven Whirling Death combo here. And honestly, using it to protect the 2/2 is interesting rather than just frostbiting this 4/2.
It would have been the overall damage for Draven, so it would have been the same. I mean, you're stopping the damage anyway when you kill the Draven in this case. I think it is...
True. Yeah, because the Whirling Death would level him with the Spinning Axe, true.
Yeah. Because of the attack last turn with the Spinning Axe as well on the Draven to push damage.
Man, Taliyah comes through to duplicate this Thrall at 1 more tick, but unfortunately, the timing is off by just a smidgen. If we had Imagined Possibilities here to accelerate these 1 more turn, we could get a nice counter swing with 16 overwhelm damage. And also level up Lysandra, which would be so important. Tough Nexus counteracts the Daring Poros. Thomas going to get this burn in now.
Gonna have 2 points of damage on the board right now with the elusivity of these Poros. Boom Baboon, the chance for the discard and the extra draw to try and find a little bit more burn here from Simon. Just getting the message shot in this turn because he knows there was no Rite of Negation available. And now at the mercy of, well, actually, yeah, the Tough Nexus will stop the damage from the elusives.
And so with no Draven, we don't have Spinning Axe to put a buff on these. So we've got Rummage to kick both of these cards and then have 2 shots at getting a Get Excited, maybe a Decimate. Even if you whiff on the burn this turn, Salty Simon is not in a position to actually end the game on the next swing because Thomas has only taken 1 point of Nexus damage from the Ice Shard.
Scion comes down. Or can come down, rather. We are on turn 7. Leveled up, ready to go, ready to swing in.
But Salty Simon has the Buried in Ice. If Scion is played, Buried in Ice is the punish. This is why it's in the deck. One of the reasons for sure. And then with Thomas's entire board entombed, that would be a lethal swing for Salty Simon.
We'll see if Thomas is aware of this possibility, if he's imagined it. There's a high chance he has and has to maybe play a little bit slower, a little bit safer, maybe not play Scion at all. I don't think Scion really does anything for this current matchup, considering the chance for quicksand, considering the chance of having overwhelm blockers. But it looks like Scion has been played regardless. The war cry heard all across the kingdoms and then just buried in ice, unfortunately.
He shows up. 9 attack, trying to push through a little bit of damage onto the Nexus, buried in ice to entomb the entire lot of them. And Salty Simon setting up this lethal open attack, and also Taliyah levels up because this also counts as you summoning landmarks, which is adorable. I've actually never seen that before.
And one Zonai Urchin that cannot be played on this turn, so a whole lot of rocks defending the path, but they can't block, they can't do anything. Burn was not found on the top deck. Shenimo comes out, and Simon able to take game 2 in really maybe not as badly as game 1 ended in terms of how anticlimactic it was in the end, but really good play by Simon, able to stay concentrated, able to stay focused in this game. And Thomas, I think, made a bit of a mistake playing the Scion there. Obviously, with caster vision and hindsight and seeing both hands, it's easier to call that, but I don't think playing the Scion there does anything in terms of you're not pushing damage. There's 2 blockers. Maybe you force the opponent to block with the 8/8, sure, and you buy more time. But yeah, with 9 mana up and with kind of the expected heavy hand from Simon, considering how the early game played out, I think there was a chance to maybe play Zona Urchin instead and maybe play a riskier line fishing for burn.
Yeah, I think it just was a weird hedge because Simon's playing 2 copies of Rite of Negation, but only 1 copy of Buried in Ice. So the chances of Rite of Negation to deny burn was slightly higher than Buried in Ice to stop combat.
Just passing there and just taking the next. You get one more draw, you get a bit closer maybe.
Yeah, because if you have multiple layers of burn, then you're good to go. But Thomas is going to try to close out game 3 with Scion versus Pantheon. Again, we've got this aggressive early game plan, the ability to go wide, the ability to go under versus Faded, and Salty Simon is going to be crossing his fingers and hoping that Pantheon rolls lifesteal to restabilize here come, round 6-ish.
Rodwin coming down and try and keep control of his board and will succeed at doing so. Nothing you can do really to stop this from Thomas's side. No real stat buffing interaction for combat metrics. Just burn is the name of the game for this Draven Scion list.
And by opting to summon the Broadwing over the Mountain Goat, we aren't getting that gem. We aren't having the opportunity to actually proc Faded for the Saga Seeker, so he's going to remain shrimpy. If Thomas can get his hands on a Risen Rider here pretty soon, maybe it can get some damage through it normally wouldn't be able to.
Simon has a chance to play out the Protector to stop an attack from Draven, but that would get him under the mana to bluff the Sharp Side to stop an attack from the Poro in this case. Regardless, either one of these plays is very dangerous, I think, in this case. Actually, not this one. Mountain Goat allows the Draven to attack and to get damage in. So Simon may be playing a riskier line for his own game plan to get his gem online for the Faded proc. But in this case, just going for double Saga Seeker instead. Couldn't block with a Goat in any way that would actually create the gem and survive.
Yeah, just double checking the list. Simon's not on that one of Chain Vest that some players did for a little bit. And now it's just a wide, swarmy board. This is a line you very rarely see from Pantheon. They love to go tall on just one unit. Maybe they have like 2 units working in tandem, but this is just putting up a wall of defense and just trying to bully Thomas from being able to deal too much damage in the early game. And hopefully you survive just against any of the burn output damage here. Also taking down the Draven rather than just sniping this other daring Poro, just making the assumption, well, I've got enough to force him to block, right? We've got Hush, which is also beautiful to stop the overwhelm from potentially Scion.
Ooh, survival skill is going to hurt here. Level up on Draven as well. You have a chance to block with a 3-2. Very interesting play here to go for the survival skill with the double axe and to get the immediate level up on the Draven. Hasn't really been popping off in the last few minutes. I think survival skills used to be a very explosive turning point kind of card, but in this case now doing it once again against Demacia especially works so well with the barriers and higher stat lines in general.
Yeah, with the protection here, a lot of decks are going for if you've got 1 or 2 key removals and they hit here in the early mid game, you just ride the wave of that tempo gain for the rest of the game, and survival skills allows you to counter that, put a stop to it, and keep the game under your control. Now we've got Draven generating 2 access. This gives you more discard fodder, more access to generating the Risen Rider, but remember last turn, the Reborn Grenadier traded into the Goat. Salty Simon has the gem. The Faded procs are finally going to start happening.
Hush comes through and saves Thomas the bait of going for a Whirling Death to push more damage for the Overwhelm. Has now a second Draven instead, which is going to be infinitely better for at least sustaining it and trying to get some more cheeky plays like that last one. Fallen Rider not really going to do much of anything here. Knows that the Fearsome would be there with the Rightsteel Protector or even just with a Faded proc coming on Saga Seekers. Maybe instead wants to just focus on the burn game plan now and try and kind of give up combat, not really try and go wide at this point because he knows he probably can't do anything to win.
Mm-hmm. We've got 7 points of burn. And because of Salty Simon, again, opting to just play towards the board and go wide, not play towards the faded procs, Pantheon is going to be very, very delayed in terms of coming down and potentially getting that lifesteal to stabilize.
And there we're seeing it, the burn angle instead now for Thomas is the clear, sign of him giving up on board combat altogether, not really trying to push damage through combat anymore, knows that there isn't really a chance to, with the possibility for sharp sight against the elusive, with a chance for fearsome blockers onto the fallen rider, and has a Draven now and decimate to round things out.
Yeah. And this is starting to get pretty spooky. Salty Simon doesn't have Zenith Blade either, so there's not going to be any like crazy comebacks with Overwhelm and then double dipping with Cataclysm type stuff. No Yumi as well. And Thomas does have to be sure to use this Decimate pretty soon. The nightmare scenario is they play the Pantheon, it has lifesteal, and you're like, okay, cool, I can just play Decimate here before it gets a chance to strike. And then, you've got the concerted strike or the single combat to proc that lifesteal before it connects.
Attack here from Simon. Not really dealing much of anything. Just 3 damage. No faded procs just yet. The Poro, I think you're gonna assume it's gonna die anyway. There's no real chance at saving it regardless. But anyway, I mean, it's not an expectation at this point. So I think you just take this hit. Make sure to just accept it before any combination can come through and buff these Saga Seekers even more. And now just start fishing for Zonite with Zonite Urchin and trying to find burn.
Mm-hmm. I think, honestly, Thomas can just play the Decimate this turn. Draven's going to get a couple spinning axes to fuel the Zonite Urchin. And you can just play all 3 of them here. All we need is the second Decimate.
I think there definitely was a mistake. We saw Guiding Touch played on the Broadwing, I believe, instead of on face when you're 8 HP against burn. Probably not ideal. I think it was probably going for the gem instead, I'm going to assume. But it looks like some damage
gem is just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
We get another faded proc on the Saga Seeker. Again, without Overwhelm, the threat level of this Pantheon deck is pretty low.
4 axes to work with, so all the discard card you can ever need. And as any good aggro player does it, you draw Decimate when you need it. And there it is, the second Decimate top decked. No chance to stop spells in this region combination from Simon. No chance to heal on the board right now. No Pantheon with lifesteal has arrived from the heavens just yet.
Guiding Touch off the top. No, never punished.
Might be game unless Mountain Goat, you're great. You're the goat sometimes, but in this case, nothing this goat can do to stop the outcome of an axe raining down onto this Nexus.
Yep, and you just go for it here. There's no interaction from Salty Simon. There's no way to stop it. Thomas is... We saw this earlier in the tournament, right? When the players know that their opponents are very, very strong, and you maybe get caught up in your own head a lot of the time where you're like, is there some punish in some line that I'm not
Guiding Touch
seeing?
Would be a punish. I think he still has to like try and play it slow at this point. There could be a second one, right?
I think that you still have to just throw out the Decimate, though, because you don't have anything else to do. Your opponent can see you have 3 spinning axes and 2 real cards. So Thomas is going to try to push through with a couple Poros first and then get the Decimate finisher again to cover that Guiding Touch potential. Salty Simon backed into a corner, has to Cataclysm this 1-1.
And this already is a sign of maybe not having Guiding Touch. This level of desperation, trying to kill off a Poro, knowing there's axes in hand, knowing there could be more burn that isn't just Decimate, where you need to deal damage to the Nexus as well. So I think it's already a very clear sign that there is no Guiding Touch in hand from Simon, just the way he played that out with the Cataclysm immediately onto the Poro. Because if that Poro goes through, you use a Sharp Sight last turn, and say you get excited instead of Decimate in hand, and Thomas needs to push through at least 1 damage. That's the only way to stop that from Simon.
Yep. And so we've even got an attack with the Risen Rider potentially. Just blocks down. Setting Thomas down to 3. Guiding Touch does still cover. Salty Simon has a gem and 1 real card. Thomas has 2 axes and a real card, and that real card is Decimate. As some would say, the realest card that has ever been printed.
Definitely in my deck collection. And Thomas does agree with an aggro lineup. He does it again. Game 3 goes to him. He advances to the winner's final. And Simon, especially because of a very much, just a non-game in that game one. Unfortunately, loses a series and has to get into the loser side of the bracket and try his best to make it back up for a potential rematch against a player like Thomas in the grand final of today's tournament.
Thomas is a player that has consistently recognized that these tournament players are expecting very certain things to be popular in the tournament metagame and can't properly account for very aggressive lineups, and is once again claiming another victim and advancing in the upper bracket.
And we'll see now, there are any more matches still ongoing in this semifinals round. We've got, of course,
Jinden and Anarchy actually coming up, is still ongoing. That set, even though it was pretty back and forth, overall, when you're playing against aggro, is very quick. And so now we have time in the round to still jump in and see some extra Runeterra gameplay.
And we'll see now if Anarchy is maybe going to be on deep as we jump into this series. He was playing, well, never mind. It's going to be Thralls instead.
Mirror.
Exciting.
So we've got Anarchy now with a 5 and a 6. We don't know if there's promising future in any of these. We've got Sands of Time that was already used. We can see one. That's an instant century. So we can accelerate this next Thrall. It looks like Anarchy might be looking for a promising future to keep up with the amount of 8/8s that are in play. The big problem here is now that you've taken all this damage down to 4 HP, Lysandra being leveled up for Jinden means that Ice Shard is going to pressure you, and it also removes HP from your Overwhelm blockers, so these 8/8 Thralls are still going to be able to push through that final bit of damage.
So the card Instant Sentry is a very interesting name. No, it's kind of like a paradox or oxymoron.
It's like ramen noodles. You put it in the microwave and it's instant.
Ice Shard coming down. Both, pretty much tough nexuses all around here, but very much I think the game is in favor for Jinden. I mean, he has the Thralls out. His opponent does not, and the HP is definitely in his favor as well, as he can just slowly Ice Shard his opponent to death.
Yep. And then we've got Time in a Bottle to get another Thrall. We can play Draklorn and get 2 Thralls, depending on, because, Anarchy has to tap out in order to keep up. That means that Jinden just has Draklorn to get 2 more Thralls, and then you're just wider than your opponent at all times.
Tax token is going to be here for Anarchy, but again, you can just give away your Thralls for their Thralls and take only 2 damage in the process, or less so even with a tough.
Yeah, especially with only 2 mana, there's no plays for, 3 Sisters Flash Freeze in order to save one of the 8/8s and get a free trade, get free damage through. Anarchy almost does need to still take this swing, though, but you can't take that risk because your opponent might have 3 Sisters Flash Freeze. There is enough for exactly, right? 3 Sisters, Flash Freeze, and Time in a Bottle.
See now, playing it slow, not going for the attack in the end, and as you mentioned, the Draklorn Inquisitor comes down. Going to be able to proc both of these. Ooh, the Braum emote.
Ooh, the Braum
very
emote.
Spicy. Jinden might get some karmic comeback energy in the future rounds after that, some would say distasteful Braum emote at such a time in this game.
And now we've got 4 Thralls versus 2 Thralls and a couple champions. Lysandra with the tough nexus isn't going to do it. If Anarchy had not taken that big swing, if these Thralls were delayed by just 1-ish rounds and both nexuses were relatively healthy, then this game would have had potential to become a really odd fiesta where we're trying to race to the Watcher instead and you're overriding your Talia. It would have been really something to see, but Jinden has this one handily in the bag and is going to take down Anarchy here in game 3. What's the winning strategy here? Double
not open attacking in the case of Jinden. Bird and Ice is very much a thing in this case, but I don't think that will be the case. I think with a board like this one, you almost always attack. No amount of freezes can really stop this. I guess, some amount of freezes could, but they're not currently in hand. And that means that -15 is threatened onto your Nexus, despite the tough from Lysandra. And that will be game 3 going to Jinden. Jinden once again making it to winner's final after winning Fight Night last week. All units removed. And that's going to be game 3 going to Jinden. Anarchy had a good fight. We're not going to be seeing deep in winners finals just yet, but maybe he has a chance, like Simon, to make it to the loser's bracket and make it back up for a rematch in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, catching the tail end of a Thrall's Mirror, I think, just gives us a nice preview of what we're going to be seeing in the tournament scene, or what we're going to be seeing on ladder here in the next week. Whenever Thralls is like on the rise, the way that Lysandra is sort of the prophet and the servant of the Watcher, the Thralls hive mind comes out of the woodwork and reminds us all that we're all on borrowed time, Panda. We play ladder at the whim of 8/8s with Overwhelm.
Or we don't. It's also a possibility for some.
Or the only winning play is not.
I had fun the first few days of the expansion, but maybe there's time for other things now. Touch grass, go outside. It's summer, always a possibility. But that will be it for this semifinal round. I don't think, we don't have any more rounds, of course, with both semifinals already having concluded, and with Jindin advancing to the finals to face off against Thomas and his full aggro lineup. As we're seeing here in this bracket, Salty Simon will face off against Sukhoi, so Sweden versus France on the lower side, and Anarchy versus Genesis on that side as well. Italy versus Germany.
So overall, that is going to be a very action-packed country lineup as we move into the next round. So don't go anywhere, viewers. We're going to be right back in a few minutes, so stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Skarzik, joined by Impetuous Panda, and this tournament is brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. We're about to jump into the winners finals, and we have the potential for a Bard Zed mirror match. A lot of you might have just cringed. A lot of you might have just high-fived yourselves, and we'll have to see, where the chat is on a potential Bard Zed mirror.
We do also have two versions of Draven Scion in each of these players' lineups. Thomas with the more traditional Draven Scion, and Jinden is actually bringing Vi into the mix. The
Nice.
The Dravion deck that we all know and love so much.
The one of Vi is a classic. Yeah, it's the one of Aloof Travelers, the Captain Farron. Yeah, very, very balanced list. The one of Grave Physician is also a nice touch. I am a little disappointed that Rumble has been retired out of these lists. I always appreciated that tech.
Yeah, he's moved on to other parts of the world, but we haven't seen him in Draven Scion for the past few weeks. It looks like the third deck actually for Jinden will be the Thralls that we saw in that earlier match against Anarchy. He is fully off of Lurk, which is the deck that was kind of the mainstay of his tournament success in last week's Fight Night. So now a very, very different strategy now for Jinden, whereas Thomas is definitely full aggro, playing a lineup that consists of Annie Jhin, Draven Scion, and Barzad, as we mentioned earlier.
It's very, very smart to actually rotate off of Lurk. It does a good job at kind of just punching through and bullying against a lot of decks that are trying to play towards the board. And if you're anticipating the meta to be having a bit more removal to deal with Lurk, then it's going to be bad. And also Zult, a very high rank Lurk one trick, has noted that Lurk versus Scion is like one of the worst matchups for the deck. So maybe Jinden was sort of anticipating Scion to be a much bigger part of this week's tournament metagame.
We do have 2 players on it, which is, a decent amount considering the sample size and the amount of decks that are brought to a tournament with only 8 players coming in their 8 lineups as well. So, yeah, definitely see some amount of play. And if you're looking for a triple aggro lineup, I think that Draven Scion, it seems like in Thomas's kind of decision-making, definitely makes the cut right now, despite having maybe quite a few actually aggro options compared to the past. It used to always be kind of Spiders, Pirates, Pink City when it came out, but then little else that was actually viable and kind of maybe not tier 1, but tier 2 at least. But in this case now, Barzad entered the equation. We have Draven Scion that is once again, maybe not great, but good at least, definitely playable. And it looks like it's the case for Thomas and his decision-making in terms of what decks to bring to today's tournament.
So this Barzad that we're seeing on the screen is Thomas's version. Has the one of Ghost trying to get a little bit cheeky with the Zed, just running the one Greenglade Elder, has a couple denies as well, and a Palm. So there is a bit of a nod towards some anti-aggro tools within this deck, and that's, always a recipe for disaster. When you have a deck that can deal a lot of direct damage to you, potentially with elusives, has a lot of good scaling, but then has so many strong Ionian tools for disrupting the opponent's game plan, it's hard to believe that Zed Bard isn't taking over the game as we speak. But when we contrast that with Jinden's list, you can see that we've got Nopify, Fey Guide instead of Ghost in order to still have another body to buff, and Tasty Fey Folk actually taking over for the Kinko Wayfinder. Again, just a slightly higher concentration of units to make sure your chimes are never whiffing.
Yeah, a bit of a maybe, more safe lineup for his aggro especially. I think, the inclusion of Will is maybe not so much a control tool in this deck, but more kind of a tempo tool where the whole point of this deck is you have so many stats that you're trying to kind of make sure your opponent can't block everything, especially can't block after one of those trades going in your favor with the 2-for-1s usually because of the extra stats from the chimes. And it's the case for the Maker especially. It's a very good card at kind of succeeding in doing that, but also Will of Ionia and because of Palm, for example. So that's really the core gameplay loop of this game. And also you have sign in for refuel. You have kind of the more cheesy line with Fey Guide as well as a one-off. So it's able to do a lot of different things. And sometimes when the chimes hit Navori Highwayman and it comes down very early, it's just too much to deal with early on. And even without Zed, even without kind of these units that have extra abilities and effects, maybe just with just pure stats, you're able to win some games.
Yeah, there's also 3 copies of Greenglade Elder in this version. There's nothing like, Navori Conspirator or anything like that. But, if you hit Greenglade Elder, you play like a 2-mana 5/6 or whatever, and then you have Will of Ionia to back yourself up or Palm, that's so much damage coming through. And everybody, I think when they think about this deck, they're so worried about Zed getting high rolled with like 1 or 2 chimes and then dropping on turn 3. But we see that the players are sculpting their deck list to take advantage of much more different synergies and have a much more stable idea beyond just that devastating powerfully outcome on turn 3.
Bans now coming through. What will Thomas decide? Does he not want to deal with a mirror? Does he not want to deal with thralls? Or does he not want to deal with the other mirror? A lot of decisions to be made here, but it looks like the Draven Scion Violus will be removed from the equation. And now it is Jinden's turn to make that same decision. What ban do you want to make? 2 mirrors are possible. The third deck that isn't a mirror would be the Annie Jin. Very aggressive list that, for the most part, I think he should be able to deal with because he has 2 Tasty Faithful in his Bard Zed list. So he is kind of somewhat tuned towards aggro in this case and might be a positive sign in this matchup.
Wow, still wants to just take the Annie Jin out of the equation. It has
stuns.
So much damage output, exactly. So much damage output that even if you have some healing, they can just stun, sidestep that lifesteal with an Oxy Fervor. And if you just draw poorly, you know, that's Thomas's ace in the hole free win potentially.
I think, yeah, mostly because the aggro deck is now so stun heavy that through pure unit combat without Demacia to kind of force the strikes with things like single combat, it's maybe not as much of a guarantee that you're going to have a good matchup there. So it does make some sense, actually, when you think about it a bit more. Double Cyanide in hand, Concussive Palm, Shadow Assassin, not what you want to have, really, I think, so early into the game. So I expect a mulligan hasn't already been committed here by our top player, by Jinden. And Thomas is going to be in a hand that has Fallen Rider, has Boom Baboon, but needs to have now a discard activator going into this round 1.
Yeah, has the attack token as well, which is going to be super important. See if we can take advantage of this. No, Zonai Urchin into Reborn Grenadier has to pass. Jinden has the Zed in the opening hand. Can we hit a chime here? Oh, baby, where's it go? It's the Fey Guide. Okay. So Jinden is probably just going to chill and float, right? There's a strategy where you kind of just pass, save up your mana, play defensively, try to play reactively, or there's the line where you play out the Navori Conspirator immediately, play out the Greenglade Elder immediately, try to maximize the chimes going onto the Zed, and hope that he will carry.
In this case, without a turn 3 attack token and without really the best of hands, I think you still want to play Navori because you don't want to take, you know, too much damage in this case going into turn 3 off the open attack. And this is still a fine trade because there are going to be so many 1 health units in this deck for Thomas that I think this still works out despite the extra stats.
I do like this attack. It's very audacious, but you're getting some chip damage in. You know that Thomas's deck doesn't have any healing. You're getting that Boom Baboon out of the way. And if you do stumble upon a line where you can get Zed down, if Thomas is down a blocker, this means that you're still going to be pushing more damage potentially or even a level up.
Double discard activators now in hand with 2 Poro Cannons. The chance for the Fallen Rider to come down without a fearsome blocker. Maybe that blocker is going to be Zed, which wouldn't be great either. So I do like the Poro Cannon here into the Fallen Rider. A Risen Rider now in this case has been leveled up. And now you have a decision from Jinden. Do you want to block with Zed? The answer is no. So instead the Elder comes out and dissuades the Risen Rider from attacking on this turn.
We've got Greenglade Elder coming down, holding back the Risen Rider. We've got a second one in hand. When Greenglade Elder is summoned, it grants the units in your hand +1/+1. We've got another chime, 2 chimes for Jinden. And with the Elder, this Zed is going to be absolutely massive. I think Jinden is just looking for trying to get the Zed up to like 4 HP so it doesn't die to Noxian Fervor or get excited. And then he can just reign supreme on the board. Thomas is struggling to get some early aggression and some early momentum here to actually set up for the burn game plan. Maybe we can start going for the Twin Blade Revenant. It's a fantastic attacking and defending body because it keeps coming back to your hand.
And momentum is the name of the game. Missed the turn 1 attack with Zonai Urchin. Didn't have a 1-drop in hand. And missed the chance for Risen Rider to deal damage last turn due to the fearsome blocker on the side of the Greenglade Elder. So definitely a slow start. We talked about the 3-step plan for Draven Scion most of the time. Part 1 of that plan has not been executed. No combat damage has really been done to the Nexus just yet. Gonna have to hope you can do it in the next few turns before Scion and the burn plan comes into fruition, but it's already a slow start for Thomas.
And even when Scion comes down for some sort of Hail Mary, if without that early pressure, Jinden is easily able to just sit on this Will of Ionia, sit on this Concussive Palm for as long as he pleases. And so Scion is not going to connect with the Nexus. Attacking with the Green Glade Elder as well. Very, very cheeky. Your Fearsome blocker does get cashed in, but I think this just signals that Jinden has some massive follow-up. Look at this, a 5-3 Elder buffing the hand even further.
You have a chance for Poro. No? Okay. Poro Cannon into Zonite or into the Flame Charmers could have been fine to push damage with Fearsome, but I guess just not really going for the pure tempo game plan now for Thomas. Trying to take it a bit slower, trying to play a game that maybe controls the board a little bit more, but it's going to be so difficult once you have... We'll see. I mean, maybe he still goes for the Flame Jumper now.
A 7-8 Fey Guide. He's been gobbling up those chimes in the hand, plus a double Green Glade Elder buff.
Yeah, it will go for it now with double Fearsome. But not the Poro.
And this is the final turn that Thomas really has to realistically put through damage on board. Now that we can see how many buffs have truly come through, how big the stat lines are going to be on Jinden's side, Thomas needs to just go full throttle here.
And the Poro does make sense, actually, just to make sure that there's no block on the 4-3 and pushing through 8 damage on this turn. So all of a sudden, turns it on for a big turn of damage there. And now the homework has been concluded. Scion is on his way, hopefully, in the next few turns. There are going to be ways to stop Scion, of course, because of Palm, for example.
2 more chimes! Jinden has not played any chime activators, by the way. No Bird, no Esbis, no Bard. And another draw from the Shadow Assassin. He is truly blessed. Jinden with a 6-5 Shadow Assassin.
They're not hitting the most important units. Shadow Assassin can be blocked. There's a Poro now on the board, 1 more in hand. The Fey guy without any keywords, not really super relevant as a 7-8 in this case. So it's not the end of the world here just yet for Thomas.
I mean, Jinden has given +2/+2 to the Zed at the very least with the Green Glade Elder. Now has Nopify and Twin Disciplines in the hand to back up this play with the attack token.
That's a bit scarier. Zed comes down 5-4 quick attack. Shadow will have the same stats as well. This could be the first of a few very wide swings that are going to start chipping down Thomas's Nexus.
And you're forced to block. At the very least, the one of Fey Guide had already been used. You don't get to save that for a turn 7 like Zed and then elusive combo. But that's all you need to do, right? Is force Thomas to trade the entire board down to block this onslaught. And then you are threatening lethal from a lot of different ways up until that point. Nopify stops Get Excited, stops Noxian Fervor, so he's effectively at 14 HP, so a lot of the early homework still is not really showing through here as we move closer and closer to the bigger turns of potential Scion swings, which was already discarded, looks like.
Much of the consideration for keeping that 1/1 Navori alive and saving the elusive blocker for the next attack from the... I guess it depends on the hand, because I'm not sure if you want to... Yeah, I guess it's...
I see what you mean. Take 1 damage and then keep...
And you have one unit that has only 1 attack on the board, so you're going to go 6 wide anyway on the attacks now for Thomas pretty much every time, or for Jinden rather, so I think it's almost good to have just a 1/1 taking up a slot that has to be overridden maybe even in the future.
Oro Cannon in the hand. We've got Twin Blade Revenant, which you can play down and attack. Has good lines up with the 4 attack into the HP that Jinden is currently displaying. And then you just recycle it with the Poro Cannon. Discard that Lost Soul. Thomas right now is maybe feeling still pretty confident with 9 points of burn in the hand. Just needs the Noxian Fervor is the big weakness here. There's actually a lot of interaction on Jinden's side thanks to Will of Ionia. And once you have these big stats in play like this for so cheap, you're able to just sit on so much leftover mana to just respond to whatever your opponent's trying to do to work themselves out of this bind. 4/3 Shadow Assassin draws a card, 2 more chimes. Bird the Bell Ringer also hitting the board. 6 wide, a 4/3. The next chime is guaranteed.
A second bird comes down. 2 birds with 1 stone, but there's no stone in Thomas's hand, unfortunately.
I know we need the big sharp rock that deals 4 damage to the enemy nexus.
That is shaped like an axe, just completely by coincidence. The erosion of time.
But yeah, Thomas is certainly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Zed is going to come back in for another attack. Again, the fact that we got the double Greenglade Elder so that this Zed comes down as a 5/4 is so important. Thomas can't go for a get excited to take this big threat off of the board, and Zed forces your opponent to block. If that Zed or Shadow sneaks through, he will level and starts to share his keywords.
So all the damage is there. Unfortunately, 2 of these spells can be countered, 1 by Will, Noxian Fervor, and 1 just by Noblify. So it's not really there, actually. I mean, the damage is there. The lethal is already there in hand, but there are going to be ways to disrupt this. So Thomas is going to have to find even more burn to be able to actually try and find lethal purely through burn damage.
The Twin Blade Revenant is really great to see here because you get to change it in, you get to use your discard fodder to just get the Lost Soul back and just keep summoning a pretty decently sized blocker over and over and over again as you try to bide time towards finding some sort of win condition. We're hoping for a Decimate. Maybe Jinden doesn't fully respect the Scion or is forced to actually play the Palm or the Will of Ionia to get that Noxian Fervor counter out of the way to deal with the Scion, and then you can go for the burn lethal.
Well, attempt number 1 will be committed. Get excited on to the Nexus, and Noblify, I assume, will come out here. There's mana to work with here for Jinden, so there's no cost to playing this out now. He was going to burn this mana anyway, considering his hand is extremely reactive, so happy to find a way to play out Noblify on this turn.
Yep, just use it. No reason to take that extra damage. Healing for 3, another Lost Soul, another target for Get Excited. That's going to be 3 damage that is connecting. But again, with the Will of Ionia to counter the Noxian Fervor, you're just a little bit short here. When we look at the state of the board, we've got 10 elusive damage in play. We've got the Daring Poro, which can stop a little bit of this, but you just aren't wide enough to stop everything plus the Zed anymore.
Well, you are. Once you play this Poro, you're fine. If your opponent gives you the pass here, you take it, of course, and go on to the next turn and hope for more burn, really, in the form of a Decimate, ideally. You'll have, in theory, enough blockers to survive 1 more turn, depending on developments from Jinden, and if he wants to continue developing this turn, and what card he's able to draw next turn.
Yeah, with 4 mana available, like, you can't just Will of Ionia the Twin Blade Revenant to be up a blocker for your open attack. Mm-hmm. That would also invite the Noxian Fervor anyway. So yeah, Jinden can let this go through. If you wanted to, you can just play a 1/2 Conspirator, which doesn't do a whole lot for you either. So maybe Thomas is going to buy 1 more turn and find a miracle.
He found a miracle earlier, finding Decimate exactly when you needed it. He now finds Mystic Shot. So in theory now, the math doesn't add up to lethal, but as 1 step closer. If you think about Noxian Fervor being countered by Will of Ionia, and now you have 4 damage in hand, you once again need to draw just a single Decimate to possibly end the game. I don't think there's a way for Jin to stop. Actually, yeah, with Concussive Palm, there is probably a way to stop. Get lethal this turn, having 2 stun units here and no developments available for Thomas.
Yep, exactly. We go for Concussive Palm to remove that elusive blocker. Thomas can go for the Noxian Fervor here, but the double Mystic Shot isn't going to be able to close out here. So even though things were looking very dire for Thomas, comes up only 1 HP short of a lethal here in the first game. But Jinden finding the proper line here, just getting rid of that elusive blocker.
And unfortunately, this is not going to be able to do anything because of the Twin Disciplines that is also available, and because of Will of Ionia especially. So first, Twin will go down. You want to have Will available just to have as a defensive tool, because it can interact with more things for the future. And that will be... You still have Double Mystic Shot now available. You could have committed it right now into Zed, but I think you want to still save it for the 6/3 probably, as you can't block it whatsoever.
Yes, we've got, block, block, block. We've got 10 damage in elusive threat coming through, trading your entire board away to do that. And yeah, it's got to be double Mystic Shot here.
This is game unless some weird sequence of rummages can get you back into the game, but I don't think so. If you're just going for 2 top decks, 2 decimates, you don't have time to play them before the next open attack, and that's going to be it. Shenimo comes out from Thomas. Game 1, it seems like, is going to go in Jinden's favor if all concludes in this way.
Yeah. You know that when you're playing matchups like this, you're basically in the final sprint to the finish line. When your opponent is forced into a corner and has to use their burn damage on just staying alive, there's no real win conditions from here, considering especially you have 2 Scion answers and the 3rd Mystic Shot. That would have been enough lethal damage if Thomas hadn't been forced to cash it in. But now it's just another full redevelopment. Zed, again, that consistent pressure, forcing the blocks downs over and over and over again, is what allowed Jinden to keep Thomas under control, and 4 more chimes, not to mention this incredible luck of getting all of these chimes without playing Bird until turn 7, Bard coming down at the very end to see the ending of that game. And now we're going to head into game number 2. Scion struggling to properly convert its win conditions of early combat into burn in the current meta.
And just that hand was a bit unfortunate where, as you mentioned, the board was set up on the Zed side, and there was a hand that was just completely reactive that could stop anything that Tom was trying to do over the top, which that was his only goal. We know that there wasn't any inclination to deal damage through combat after the board was taken over by the Bard Zed player, by Jinden. And so when you have tools like Noxian Fervor, you have, or Will of Ionia rather, to stop Noxian Fervor, and you have Nopify as well, I think you're feeling pretty safe even at like 11 or 8 HP, which was the case here.
All right, so now we've got Bard Zed versus Thralls. The Will of Ionia can only recall units, so we can get rid of 1/8/8. We can't get rid of the actual landmark. Homecoming can do it, but I think that, of course, dealing with Thralls, your goal here is just to have your stat lines be big enough to naturally bully them down.
And we'll see if we will reach that point. No Bird on turn 1 for Thomas. So that's already maybe not the ideal start in this case. You do have Esmus to come down on the turn 2, but also Harbinger from Jinden's side. So a decent start for both players, it looks like.
Yeah, dealing the early chip damage you take from Harbinger and Clockwork Curator is also really important, because when suddenly you have, 12 or 16 or however much damage of overwhelm it is suddenly hitting you on round 5 or round 6, once you've taken that extra 3 or 4 in the starting turns, you really start to feel the impact of that when you're under threat suddenly of Ice Shard and Blighted Ravine as a lethal out. Thomas does have access here to the Shadow Assassin, which is buffed to a 3/2, but just gonna go for another Esmus. These are gonna start buffing one another.
A juicy Maker next turn onto Lissandra resetting here, but that would also bring in a second Thrall, so maybe not the ideal. We'll see what exactly Thomas wants to play with this Maker, but first maybe it'll just might be the Shadow Assassin instead. Obviously keeping track of the board clears and making sure he's not playing too far into a Ravine or an Avalanche.
Wow. Okay, so Thomas is going to take that damage, has the Maker now to send Lissandra back to the opponent's hand. Lissandra can come down and get another Thrall if you want, but again, this is just for tempo, just for getting another blocker in play. Can continue buffing this, and if there was a weird line where the Maker just sits in the hand and gets up to like 8 or 9, and you can actually try to send back a Thrall, but a Frostbite would deny, huh?
A perfect pickup there from Disciplines, able to get some survivability against a possible Avalanche or Ravine. In this case, you have 2 units that would be dying to it, Shadow Assassin and one of the Esmuses, but you're going to have a triple Esmus chain possibly on this turn, granting stats all across the board.
All right, so now we've got Esmus, buffs Esmus, buffs Esmus, buffs Shadow Assassin. You love to see it. Everybody's got 3 HP. Everybody survives the Ravine. Jinden has the time in a bottle, has the Sands of Time to stop the backswing, get another instant century. So it looks like we're going to have some Thralls as part of next turn's equation for Jinden. Thomas has, at the very least, Will of Ionia to respond to one of them.
14 HP on the Nexus already, so I mean, already down to a somewhat low of a total here.
Goes for time in a bottle first, wants to take a preview of what is in store. A lot of strong options. Draklorn lets you cash in on the multiple thralls you have set up in play already, but Avalanche lets you double up with this Blighted Ravine to maybe wipe Thomas's chances of keeping any sort of threat potential in play.
The Maker also coming into combat. Thomas may be considering if he can make anything awkward in terms of the board space that this Thralls player has currently by not attacking with the Maker, but not going to be the case here. I'm going to trade her in here, and obviously with Avalanche Ravine, this Harbinger would die anyway, so happy to take that block if you're Jinjin.
So it seems that Thomas is actually kind of inviting a Blighted Ravine here. Wants Jinden to spend a little bit of time, a little bit of mana on answering the board and not accelerating these Thralls. Harbinger also has a secondary ability. Not only can it summon a Frozen Thrall when it comes into play, it also has the ability to just advance all of your Frozen Thralls by 1 round. We're seeing Jinden take advantage of that here. Is not going to go for the Blighted Ravine after all. It's confident that Sands of Time will be good enough. Having already dealt 6 damage to the enemy Nexus, Jinden is looking for these Thralls to just be a big finisher. Doesn't matter if there's blockers or not.
I haven't played Thralls myself, Skarzik, but I definitely know about Harbinger's double effect because first phase of the expansion, someone played it on turn 2, hoping to summon a Thrall, I'm going to assume, but instead picked the other option and promptly surrendered. So I looked at the card, I'm like, oh, yep, that's a surrender-worthy mistake, my friend.
Yeah, the misclick. I did it with attach, where like you summon it to the board instead of attaching it. You're like, oh, I clicked the wrong one. But Harbinger does come through, dealing a little bit more chip damage. Thomas is actually very happy to see this outcome, that there are no Thralls this turn. We can play the Draklorn Inquisitor, and I wonder if Thomas will respond to that with Will of Ionia to deny these Thralls hatching. Jinden has Rite of Negation to stop that counterplay. And then Thomas has Deny for that.
I mean, it's you're looking at a fully elusive board. I don't think you're caring about the Thralls on this turn. I think it might just be a sign-in turn. You have Twin Disciplines as well for next turn. You're scared of freezes, of course, but there aren't currently any in hand. And you're going to push a lot of damage next turn. You have the chance for Navori, Blade Scout as well, but that would open up for things like Avalanche and Ravine. I guess Avalanche more than Ravine. It's a risky position to be in. I think you have to think about Rite of Negation, and yeah, if Will comes down and it's answered by Rite of Negation, then you lose a lot of tempo, a lot of your possibilities for winning this game.
So Thomas is going to make the decision to play Sign-In Thousand Tailed, draw 2 cards, maybe get some Chime activations in exchange for allowing Jinden to get 2, potentially 3 Thralls. And with these Thralls hatching, Jinden is going to gain a tough Nexus, which makes it a little bit more difficult to actually push through with this elusive damage.
Yeah, that is definitely not ideal in this case. We'll see if there's going to be a development here with things like Navori, Blade Scouts, and maybe there's an opening. Yeah, I guess even with the Kinku.
We got some big boys. We need Bard to start accelerating, converting these chimes into buffs that are on the board. At the very least, with Palm, we can stop one of the Thralls. Thomas is a smart enough player to not put Will and Palm on the stack at the same time versus Rite of Negation. But now things are starting to get pretty weird. Tough Nexus is
it's
one
tough.
of the most unappreciated strong ass abilities in this game. Like, just the amount of effective HP it gives your Nexus and the way it kind of walls out certain strategies is so potent.
Yeah, Lissandra for 3 mana is quite a champion, I have to say so myself.
And at that point, you're just saying, okay, if we go for, again, we had the Will of Ionia for the Draklorn so that those Thralls don't hatch, and then it was Thrall into Negate into Deny, but then you don't have Sign-In, so you're down 2 cards, and you're just, you're pushing maybe a little bit more damage on average, but again, Thomas is in a really rough spot.
Ooh, that's kind of an all-in here. I don't know
Yeah.
about this one, Thomas. Go has this one discipline still back up for 2 more damage, but Sands of Time is a possibility here as well, and I'm not sure you can take that big of a risk where you might need to use this will next turn to survive. So it's in a tough position, but I think it's best to go for its attack first. See if your opponent reacts with freezes first, and then you consider if it's worth playing will or not. But yeah, now at this point, you definitely know it would have been a mistake to play will on this turn, considering the chance for really a board-wide debuff.
The Sands of Time. And so now you can instant sentry the 7 tick landmarks. So the Drakenlord is going to hatch both of these at the start of the next round, and then we've got 8 times 4 damage worth of overwhelm, 32.
Well, 2 are dealt with, Will of Ionia and the Concussive Palm. But 16 damage still has to be answered by our friendly, elusive foes that are just doing their best out here trying to, hit the Nexus. But unfortunately, we'll face off against a monstrous army of frozen thralls.
So we've got 32 damage worth of overwhelm. We've got Entomb and Rite of Negation available. We've also got a 0 mana Ice Shard. So these thralls are, dealing a little bit of extra damage because their blockers are going to be down 1 HP.
Yeah, it's going to be GG, especially on an open attack like this one where you demand answers all at once because there's only one action phase that these answers can come in through. That's where Rite of Negation really comes in. Very clutch and is able to stop multiple spells usually in one go. We'll see how the blockers are put forward here. You can block just enough here.
You got to block the other thrall that you aren't willing.
Yeah, And you have to do this. You have to, play one spell first, barely stay alive, wait for a reaction, and then try and go for a second spell after Rite of Negation is probably pushed through. But even so, you have Ice Shard.
You just let this rock, and then you just go for Blighted Ravine.
Or Ice Shard.
Ice Shard as well, yeah. Again, it by taking HP away from the potential blockers, you're still pushing through that lethal. So Thomas trying to stay alive here and sacrificing the entire board. So now the Esmus chain is broken. We don't have like one big massive elusive thing to start punching through with. There's still the Entomb from the second Lysandra.
Yeah, there's like 7 ways to conclude the game here. From Jinden's perspective, we'll see which one is his favorite. It looks like Ice Shard might be it. That is his personal preference. Out of all the different poisons he could pick out, that is the one that he has chosen.
Twin Disciplines is being hovered here. This is the way to not get blown up by Rite of Negation. And if you react to this at all, the negation just hits the will, and that's all that matters. Jinden is just trying to bait Thomas into tapping down under that deny, because we no longer have access to Concussive Palm plus deny.
And Thomas thought he was the aggro player, but these thralls would say otherwise. People say it's a mid-range deck. I'm not so sure after seeing this frenzied army of troll-like creatures assaulting Thomas's poor Nexus with some magical Rite of Negations on top of things. And that's going to be it. Game 2 goes to Thomas. A 2-0 sweep here from Jinden. Last week's champion once again makes it into the grand finals. And multi-time Fight Night champion Thomas will have to fight through losers bracket, fight through, it could be Simon still maybe advancing to that loser semis, and try and make his way back up into the winner's side for the grand finals.
Yeah, we went for the deny there, trying to keep the Twin Disciplines, probably just as a way to push more damage potentially through some miracle. But just, we saw the amount of ways that Jinden was countering Thomas's win condition from every different angle. The Lysandra with the tough Nexus, the Drakenlord Inquisitor pressure, the Rite of Negation pressure, the early development dealing that key 6 damage in the early mid game. It's so devastating. You think that you can take a lot of hits in the early game because, this is just a Thralls deck, but it just suddenly converts that early damage into a massive burst.
That's going to be it, I believe, for this round. There are no more rounds or matches for us to get into. We're going to check the bracket really quick to see what ended up happening on the loser side. And it looks like Salty Simon is actually out. Sukhoi, the 16-year-old French player, advances into loser semis and will face off against Genesis. Anarchy, our Deep Enjoyer, is also eliminated, which means that Deep is now out of the tournament. We got to see it a few times, though. I cannot complain. And it will be Sukhoi versus Genesis that we will be casting in the next round. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more Runeterra action as we conclude the rest of this tournament with the next 3 rounds coming up.
Hello there, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. My name is Skarzig, returning with Impetuous Panda, and we're about to jump into the losers semifinals between Genesis and Sukhoi. Genesis is a player coming from Italy, I'm told, and, younger player, learning from the best, learning from Broken Ball. And look at that sweet, sweet black turtleneck. He's definitely a hipster of the highest caliber.
And did very well in the tournament. I believe the first one that you missed, actually, Skarzik, that I casted with Ice-T. It was a triple Italian finish in the top four. There's 3 Italian players, Genesis, LoR, Vaughn, and Broken Ball. So someone that has already done very well in Fight Night in recent editions and is now coming back, already securing top 4 once again in this edition and hoping to make it further than last time even and trying to win it all possibly as well. So we'll see what his lineup looks like. I've heard it is a lineup that, his mentor Broken Ball has played in the past and is a lineup that, I can't say is my favorite, Skarzig, I'll be honest with you, but it's a lineup that is very strong. Has 2 Fae decks, one of them being Teemo Tristana, a deck that Sergio Vamos and Sir Don were able to brew up prior to last seasonal. That really became a very big staple in the open rounds and in the seasonal tournament as well, at least for them too. And they qualified, obviously, to seasonal to top cut. But yeah, not much more to say about this one. I think everyone knows what this deck is trying to do with things like the Fae package and the attached package as well.
And of course, we've got the Fizz of Felios. This version has the 1 Winding Light and also the 1 copy of Flame Spitter in it. Flame Spitter allows you to push that much more damage if you get your Fizz Papercraft Dragon combo online. And it's just 1 more burst speed spell to have in the deck in order to give that Fizz elusive and get a little bit of chip damage. I think when it comes down to the games that you lose with this deck, you're usually, still within like 3 or 4 points of damage of getting that lethal, and Flame Spitter certainly is going to help with that. The impact and attack buff is permanent, so Fizz or an Owl Cat or something like that is a fantastic carrier for a buff like this.
And deck number 3, in case you needed just something a little bit more to round out this lineup, it's going to be Pantheon Yuumi. So if you ask me what is the most cursed lineup that you could possibly cast, this would be it. This would take the cake. 3 cursed deck. You thought there wouldn't be space for all 3, but there is in this lineup. And Genesis has brought the truly competitiveness into Fight Night this week with a Pantheon Yuumi to round things out.
Yep, has 1 Bastion and the single copy of Chain Vest. This is a card that comes and goes out of so many different makes and matches for this lineup. And it's just that 1 mana play that your opponent has to respect. It's a great way to proc Faded in the early game. Throw off that math even further if your opponent thinks that they have any sort of ghost of a chance of an early mid-game trade.
That's going to be it for Genesis' lineup. So a very competitive lineup that's been proven already to have had success in the past. Broken Ball won the Italian Super League with it 2 Sundays ago before the seasonal top cut. Overall, it's a very, very strong lineup with 3 lists that have been proven in the last expansion before Worldwalker's release. So they're not new decks. They're not decks that have really even gotten any kind of refinement or iteration with the addition of new cards. They've kind of just said, hey, this is very strong. This has been proven to be strong. I'm not going to take any risks. I'm going to bring what I know is strong, what I've maybe already been comfortable with the past few months, and bring it to Fight Night and try and do well. And he has top 4 already has been reached here by Genesis and has a chance to make it a top 2 to get reinvited next week and maybe even to win it all if he's able to get into grand finals and find that bracket reset.
Yeah, well said. The patch, as I said, added some new tools and some new decks, some support for previous archetypes, but only had just a couple baby nerfs just so that Annie, Jhin, and Pirates weren't completely ridiculous and having hyper aggro kind of holding back the creativity of the metagame. But most every single older deck from the previous metagame is still kicking, still doing work. Scouts, Pantheon, Aphelios, and we're seeing it here on full display. Your only big thing you need to worry about is Thralls, which has also been doing well. Thralls and Alawi, the big new boogeymen of the current metagame, still trying to solidify their places right against the biggest, baddest decks of metas gone by.
I think it was very correct to make those pre-nerfs to aggro to Noxus cards before this current meta, but I'm not sure that's happened very many times with other archetypes and other strategies with new cards being added. Usually it's always, coming in a bit later, the feedback loop in terms of, buffs and nerfs, and even very late in some cases. So, but as an aggro player, I will take the hit, and I will try and make it to the next expansion. It's hard,
okay.
though.
You just got
One
to
week in,
play
it's
Andy Jin.
I'm not so sure about that one. But going into this matchup, he's facing up against Sukhoi. Sukhoi, a player we'll recall from the very first round we casted against Anarchy action. He is playing triple Demacia, so also has Pantheon Yuumi. We're seeing it played right now against Genesis. But his two other decks are Akshan Sivir and Scouts.
So how do we normally feel about the phase versus Pantheon? I know basically they can go wide, they can swarm you down, but this isn't the Demacia variant of old where we had Yorls and Arms and Rally. This one is relying much more heavily on just the raw synergy of phase, and Will of Ionia finding just beautiful use in the current metagame. We've seen it across so many decks. We've seen so many devastating lines of play. The way it just scoops up these Scion decks that are seeing tons of play, allows you to reset Faded. Ionia certainly is the antidote.
Allows you to bounce Nautilus on turn 7 and ruin any deep player's dreams on ladder. Yes, very beautiful uses for the card. Will of Ionia in the current metagame, Skarzik. Going into turn 3, though, Gleaming Lantern comes down and the Fae shenanigans begins. Fae and Fated. That's it.
Yes, it is a destined encounter indeed. They're going on, like, the Saga Seeker's got his shirt ripped off. He's climbing a mountain and it has a big beard. He's all rugged, like, I must complete my quest. And he's, like, stuck in Wonderland with these magical forest creatures. I will fight you, demon. But it's, like, just a happy little blue flame with a cartoon face on it. Like, let's be friends. Let me introduce you to my friend Grandfather Faye.
That's not an animated fantasy series that I would like to watch, unfortunately.
All right, Ryan, that's a freebie. I'll take one royalty check, and then you can make Saga Seeker's Adventures in Fae Wonderland.
We'll see now what the play is going to be here. Looks like a right away single comment with the new play cast change, immediate stat buffs, and definitely a benefit here for Saga Seeker. Able to push a kill here on Gleaming Lantern, unless...
The respect on the lantern. You know that Sukhoi has some very, very deep trauma here. Knows that the lantern snowballing the game is just the bad timeline. And here it comes. Grandfather Faye hits. Next turn, we're going to get another discount.
And how the decision there between going for the kill on the Saga Seeker or buffing the lantern to have it survive instead. And opts to just let it survive. And opt for the Fae game had to go off. And I do like this. I think it keeps the Saga Seeker quite vulnerable with 1 HP with Faded procs coming in shortly. That is true, but still, I do maybe like this decision more from Genesis.
And so now we got Genesis with another discount. Sukhoi, if he develops, we get the Blast Cone Seedling with Barrier to kind of wall out that attack for another turn. We're getting a wide board constructed. And unfortunately, we don't have the right mixture of regions to actually level up Tristana as yet. Well, no. You don't get the discount on Buster Shot, but you just have to play the multi-region followers. It doesn't need to be from a wide variety of regions, which is what really makes this deck come together, because a lot of the Faes are dual region Ionia, so it's kind of nice.
Broadwing now coming out. A chance once again for what could be a positive trade if Twin Disciplines is used here, but still I think a bit risky. 3 mana up for Sukhoi. And Broadwing not really on the highest spectrum of units you want to deal with right away.
Yeah, I do like too that by going for Broadwing, because you get to pick your trade, you don't get punished by the Blast Cone Seedling. So a really great development from Sukhoi. Tristan is just going to hit the board instead. One single combat's already down. So Genesis is feeling pretty confident that she's going to stick around. We have this mana backing up for the Twin Disciplines too.
There's Guiding Touch with a heal and the Faded proc now on the Saga Seeker, putting him out of range of Tristana's quick attack. Open attack next turn possibly. And Genesis has the Will of Ionia, has ways to reset units once they're kind of committed and invested in with, Zenith Blade, Overwhelmed, etc. but can't really push damage around the sides while he's doing this, while he's kind of stalling out for those investments from Sukhoi. So we'll see where this ends up putting Genesis in this game. He might play a very slow game here, and it might buy enough time for the Will of Ionia not to be so relevant, because Sukhoi can get his progress reset, but then he can just go for a second Zenith Blade, for example, just a second Faded proc on the other Saga Seeker instead.
This is getting a little bit dicey, however, for Genesis. You've got your nice reactive threats with the Will of Ionia. You're like, okay, cool, I'm not in any danger. But, conversely, you aren't really putting on a lot of threat yourself. Swinging into Saga Seekers and Petrosite Broadwing is always a massive risk because of their ability to just outscale the phase. The idea here is with like Grandfather Fae and Tristana, you're doubling down on those stat buffs, and then you have a lot of tokens that are just forcing you to trade your board down because they threaten so much damage. But Faded keeps up with that quite nicely.
Bit of a wider attack now being threatened from Genesis. I'm not sure if wide enough to really cause Sukhoi to feel any pressure, really, considering the attack totals from these units are not really that high just yet. And he has decent trades across the board with just a Faded proc on the second Saga Seeker, if it's possible still on this turn, which it is. No Faded procs have come down just yet.
Yeah, and so Sukhoi, again, just kind of chilling. You want to make like a low commitment play to activate your Faded, keep progressing towards Pantheon, and I think that Sukhoi is actually kind of in a position of, as long as I can keep my units scaled, it might also scare Genesis into not swinging on me. But instead, Genesis sends it. Says, I know that the longer I wait, the bigger these things are going to get, the higher the threat of Pantheon is to either stabilize you or steal the game. So I need to force what advantage I have now.
And a trade with this second Saga Seeker would be fine, because the first one you can bounce, and then there's pretty much all progress reset on Sukhoi's side of the board. So it is actually kind of a menacing attack in that sense, where you don't want to take these even trades if you can help it. If you're Sukhoi with the second Saga Seeker with the Broadwing, because it just puts you funneling into all your resources into this one unit that's going to be bounced with Will of Ionia next turn, possibly.
And yeah, so Sukhoi's just figuring out how much damage do I want to take. Where can I find my trades? Can I save the second Saga Seeker? Still plenty of mana on both sides. This is a very precarious position for both players to be in. And actually goes for the Concerted Strike. Gonna proc both Fadeds here and try to pressure the Tristana. So now the Will of Ionia comes out of the chamber. This 5/5 Saga Seeker is going to get reset, and there's not enough power to kill the Tristana. Sukhoi taking 10 damage after everything is said and done.
This is big, especially because you have a second Will of Ionia available as well in this case. So we're going to see as the damage split through. Yeah, it's just going to be the Will and the double kill on one Saga Seeker with combat with the Owlcat with the Twin Disciplines, and the second one bounce to hand, all progress reset. And this puts Sukhoi in a position where he's like, oh, I'm very far behind now. I definitely lost out on that trade. I'm going to have to play maybe a bit riskier in terms of where I dump my resources, and then you'll get punished by a second Will of Ionia that maybe considers not to be in hand for Genesis right now. So looking very good for Genesis, actually.
Yeah, so Genesis, again, after winning out on that exchange, I was just about to touch on the fact that when you're playing these board-based matchups, that's all it takes, is one exchange of spells and one single combat resolution to put the game wildly in one play or the other. But we've got Pantheon with Elusive and Lifesteal. That's enough to bring him back into the game. But no Spell Shield. Will of Ionia, get out of here.
Down from the heavens, and he gets kicked right back up again to just ponder. Just consider his existence. Consider what he's doing to these poor Fae people. These just happy gleaming lanterns that Scarlet was able to voice so graciously a few rounds ago. And he has to be stopped.
The Gleaming Lantern Brothers, the final boss of Fae Wonderland. They synergize and discount one another, and now we've got a beautiful 15 damage threatening onto the Nexus. Does Sukhoi have that second single combat to maybe survive?
Oh, no. Oh,
no guiding touch either.
Oh, no. And sometimes when you play Pantheon Yuumi, karma has its ways. Karma says, not Karma the champion, of course. Karma the idea of you know what I mean. No guiding touch, no single combat, no concerted strike. We saw one played last game. That was very surprising, though. I thought there's no chance. There's absolutely nothing to interact with this current open attack. But sometimes in Runeterra, that's how it goes, and definitely very much in favor there for Genesis, who actually also has Pantheon Yumi in his lineup. So I'm not sure how Karma's working on this one, to be honest.
Yeah, the Pantheon just had to take such big gambles, right? There was that concerted strike, then just had to slam down the Pantheon, didn't get Spell Shield, and it got recalled again. And that line of Will of Ionia into Will of Ionia, just basically taking your opponent out of the game over the course of a couple rounds and being a finisher, is just very nostalgic. That's something that used to happen all the time. And all the longtime players in the chat might remember back when Will of Ionia was like really, really broken back in like the first like set.
I think you're purposely trying to trigger PTSD in me, Skarzik. The Heimer vibe versus deep meta, and like the one season I actually played to be high ranked on the Masters ladder. That was a nightmare scenario. Was not fun for me, but in this case, still can find its place in the meta, and still, especially with decks like Pantheon Yumi running around that are so weak to bounce effects. To these decks are kind of committing so many resources onto one single unit without that much counterplay available in maybe just Bastion to some degree. It can be very punishing when you see it here.
The Fleet Feather Tracker actually going to pick up a trade there. Does that mean Sukhoi does not have a Bright Steel Protector or anything to kind of facilitate, having a challenger unit in this matchup where that's like one of the rare ways you can interact with Fizz? Trading that away maybe gives us a lot of insight into what Sukhoi has in the hand. Maybe this is like a Sculptor double Broadwing hand.
Yeah, definitely indicates maybe a bit of a slower pace for the next few rounds for Sukhoi as well. And in the case of Genesis, it's going to be the Fae package coming online once again. Double Gleaming Lantern in hand, double attached units in hand, and one Hungry Allcat ready to come down to the board and maybe receive some of these buffs from these attached units as maybe the only viable target right now with the Spell Shield and with pretty much no interaction on the side of Scouts other than Sharp Sight is going to have a bit of a field day.
Yeah, also interesting too, like Genesis just doesn't even play the Grandfather Fae, right? Just floats the 2 mana instead. You need a little bit of spell mana in the tank for this stack, so you have the ways to use your spells, give Elusive to Fizz, use your Tiny Shield, use your Face Sprouts, things of that nature. But we still get the beautiful discount here with the Gleaming Lantern. Very little difference between the 4/3 and a 3/3 Gleaming Lantern at this stage. But yeah, we've got Sculptor and Broadwing going to try to keep the board under control. Aphelios did a lot of work leading up to the seasonal tournament, but between the open rounds and top cut, it actually fallen off a little bit. Players were expecting it to get a little bit bullied, expecting it to get a little bit countered, and now we're starting to see that Scouts, I think, still on its longest streak of viability ever.
Has it ever not been viable?
There was only like 2 meta games, I think, where here's what would happen, right? Is that it would spike and be really good, and then the meta would shift against it and it would go away. And then when the meta shifted a certain way, it would come back and be like a really strong deck, and then it would go away. But then, somewhere down the road after Sculptor and Broadwing came out, this deck just never went away again. It's just been solid and consistent ever since.
And we're seeing why here. Valor, another challenger, comes out with the Scout keyword available. And now Genesis is at the mercy, to some extent, of the game plan here from his Fortune. Going to be leveled up. Not this turn, but maybe the next attack token turn. And Genesis doesn't really have any interaction to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, so now the pieces are starting to crumble. We've got a lot of challengers in play. We've got the Scout to double dip here. We can take out the Owlcat if we want. The Spell Shield absorbs the Misfortune Ping, but Valor is still going to be able to complete its objective. And Genesis is on the Swole Squirrel from Face Sprout combined with Rainbow Fish line. Actually, no, Papercraft Dragon would make it double-double. and then you replace the attachment with Rainbow Fish to go for an OTK.
Well,
actually
that's the
cursed
hope.
line.
But Sharpsight might be able to stop that very linear game plan from actually seeing any success here.
And there's, of course, the Gleaming Lantern, allowing you to discount the Rainbow Fish to 2 mana. Get another big elusive threat. Couple Conchologist as well, so we can get more chump blockers, we can get more resources. Between Vandal City and Targon, I'm trying to think, are there any spells that can put Overwhelm on this squirrel? And I don't think that that is the case. But Genesis is still, of course, on 1 copy of Winding Light. So as long as this swole squirrel stays big, stays healthy, and can scale up, it will get Overwhelm eventually, and Sukhoi just needs to have a golden Aegis here or something to try to keep this contained.
Sharpsight gonna have to be here. 4 mana available for Sukhoi. Otherwise, 14 damage.
Oh yeah,
come in very soon.
Right, thank you, chat. Aphelios has a special moon weapon called Infernum that lets you give Overwhelm to a target. So Genesis has like 2 or 3 turns to find an actual OTK here before this Misfortune levels up and all hope is lost.
That will be next turn. If a scout unit is found next turn, or if there's even a rally effect, that would do it. And it looks like this might be the precursor to a Sharpsight being available. A unit with barrier is now into play. Is it going to be a Sharpsight now played out as well to stop this damage from coming through? Or maybe it's saved for later.
Yeah, you save it for when the damage is actually going to be lethal. And the Penitent Squire did proc. That's a Tattered Banner in hand. So we know that one of these 2 cards is either a Vanguard Sergeant or a Cythria. I think that the development of the Brightsteel Protector to have a wider board might indicate... actually, Cythria does make a lot of sense right here. Tattered Banner Cythria, just fully buff this wide board, deal a ton of damage, and then hope for Rally to be your finisher. We've also got Fizz Papercraft Dragon for Genesis.
There's a Tattered Banner, as you mentioned, and Cythria comes down. Skarzig has that X-ray vision into Sukhoi's hand, despite it not being shown. He knows what is up. He makes the reads and calls the plays, and now Genesis, well...
against the odds! If your opponent has more units than you, grant an ally +1/+1 for each extra unit they have.
I'm not sure
3 mana, give +4/+4. Spell Thief to find a rally. Take the Spell Thief. Quicken also lets you reset the Misfortune. A lot of rare, couple really good options here.
Spell Thief into Tattered Banner, the play they warn you about.
Oh my god, Tattered Banner? Not like this. Tattered Banner. Does that still work with Attach, or was that a bug? I think that Attach sidesteps the Tattered Banner because you aren't actually summoning it to the field.
Is Quicken really the only actual possibility? I think so.
Yeah, you've got to take it. Yeah, like Genesis is really, really, really considering this Spell Thief, I think.
You can stop the MF, the counter, reset it back down to 0, which is huge, actually, in terms of this current game plan.
Genesis is a gamer. Oh my god, it takes against all odds.
I mean, he knows there's no scout attack this turn, so MF's not flipping, and he knows there's no mana for a rally effect, so maybe this was actually the right play. Well, the first time we will ever see this card played competitively, so enjoy it while you can. Clip it when you see it happen, because it's not an interaction or a card that you will be seeing anytime soon, I think, in any kind of meta deck.
All right, so the Swole Swirl goes down. Thanks to the help from Misfortune, the Cythria is able to deal that 7 damage, and Genesis is going to survive on 1 HP. Developing Fizz. Actually, ironically, you want to block. You can't block with the Conchologist, but you want to trade them off so that you can have more buffs with against all odds. So we've got Papercraft Dragon against all odds. And that's going to buff Fizz up to a 6/6, a 6 attack elusive unit. So if Sukhoi plays one more unit, then against all odds will give plus.
But he won't play one more unit. I mean, you know to play against all odds, right? It's like
yeah, you always play around against all odds.
When I'm playing, that's what I do. I always priority pass.
When your opponent plays Conchologist, against all odds is like, you know, one of the
key cards to pick up.
Oh man, these are some bad cards off a Trick and Trade.
You know, maybe control, maybe Trick and Trade. You know, it got its time in the spotlight. It always gets those crazy pulls. Against all odds, Fizz 1 damage off, but you have a chance for a Pokey Stick top deck as long as there's no sharp set here, and there isn't.
So
1 HP.
Yeah, and the Conchologist couldn't get traded off because of the Fearsome from Cytherea the Bold. Or else he would have had enough minus Sukhoi's development. Sukhoi, like, literally not developing into, like, the Fizz and Papercraft Dragon is, like, so galaxy brain. Like, I have no idea. So now the Misfortune's lethal. Flame Spit! Oh my god, what a close set. The against all odds. Genesis went for the OTK line and came up 1 damage short.
And that's going to be it. Obviously, Misfortune levels up, and when she does, you know the game is over, especially when you're at 1 HP and you're facing a full board of Scouty boys and girls. And that will be it for Game 2. Sukhoi able to tie up this series. A loser gets eliminated. The winner of this moves on to the loser's final. So everything now on the line for this Game 3. We still have this Scouts list, or no, rather, the Scouts list is now over and it has a win, so it'll be Akshan Sivir, I believe, because the ban was on.
Was the ban on Pantheon?
No.
No, the Pantheon lost, and then Scouts won.
We're back on Pantheon Yumi for.
So then Pantheon is going to be going up against this Fae deck.
Yeah,
okay,
that's correct. Pantheon Yumi was banned on the side of Genesis. Yep, that is correct. A bit confusing when you have a lot of decks overlapping in this case, but we figured it out finally. Going to the Game 3 now. Pantheon Yumi versus Aphelios. The matchup that everyone loves to see, Skarzik.
Yep, we got Bird on turn 1. Now we got some real bufferinos coming through. Genesis has been getting very, very fortunate with the Gleaming Lanterns in the early game, but now we might see a different line where some buffs going tall on a Librarian to keep up with Sukhoi's Faded could be a very interesting line indeed. Having the one of Hush in the hand is also something that's you definitely want to see in this matchup. Papercraft Dragon absorbs a Chime, already getting very dangerous here.
Very dangerous indeed when Brightsteel Protector comes down on turns 2. She protects, but she also helps this man attack Saga Seeker, putting in 2 damage already to start things off. And it will only get worse as time goes on. He gets more buffs, more faded procs, more keywords, and more everything that a 1-drop should not have.
But now we've got the Librarian hitting the board. It's 1 step behind the Saga Seeker in terms of growing. We don't have anything to target it right now. We need hopefully a buff, some sort of cheap attach unit, maybe a Rainbow Fish next round, just to keep this thing up and running. But Sukhoi has the Yumi as well, a card that's been missing from the equation in a lot of these Pantheon Yumi decks so far today. Now Saga Seeker's going to start hyper scaling, gets that free +1/+1 at the start of the round, and gets to start swinging. After 3 successful attacks, the Saga Seeker will gain Spell Shield.
Oh,
and the Zenith Blade, the other missing piece. The Pantheon decks have been looking pretty weak, been looking like they've been getting pretty bullied lately, but now Sukhoi channeling the true power here.
We are on turn 4, and we're seeing a Saga Seeker with an 8-10 overwhelm stat line. And that's definitely a sight to behold on turn 4.
It's one man. He went on a magical adventure to fight the Fae demons in Wonderland and made a cat ally. Now he has a magical cat with a mystical book that also helps him climb the mountain and be rugged. It's like a buddy cop movie. You got one serious person and one cartoony cat. It's a Who Framed Roger Rabbit, if you will.
Rainbow Fish comes down the Librarian. Librarian trying to match, but not quite there. But also pretty impressive for turn 4, 6-5 on the stat line there. So this is this is gonna be dicey now to stop, especially with a chance for Cataclysm on the next few turns. I can maybe accelerate this into maybe just lethal straight up. 10 HP already in the Nexus for Genesis. Has the Hush, but that can't play it out this turn, of course.
Yeah. That's the Hail Mary right there, is the Hush. There is elusive at the very least on this Librarian. I don't know if Sukhoi's even going to bother going for the Sharp Sight or just going to try to do like a double Cataclysm kind of play this turn. We saw it before where Saga Seeker, this specific line can just completely end games. You think that you're safe, you think you have a couple rounds, and the game is just over suddenly. But Sukhoi has the Sharp Sight anyway. Hush comes through to strip away some of these stats, going to take out the Saga Seeker. Yuumi goes back to the hand, but Genesis manages to sidestep this massive threat.
And that's going to be kind of the one answer that Genesis had, forced to be used there because he had to get this trade in his favor. It would be too big of a swing to lose out on his Librarian. Also have the Saga Seeker continue out of control. So had to pull the trigger at this point in time. And now we'll see if a second threat is able to be developed on Sukhoi's side without an answer being drawn by or without the right amount of pressure coming through.
Sukhoi now has the option to just float this 3 mana. Actually just reattaches the Yuumi, gets the proc faded, get the Saga Seeker scaled up, keeps the Daybreak on the Zenith Blade for the next round. Just immediately has another gigantic overwhelm threat ready to go, Panda.
I think I've seen this before in the last turn that we saw an attack.
we thought that the crisis was over, and literally Sukhoi is like, that was actually just my clone. Like it's like the surprise twist where the heroes go through all of this trouble to kill the enemy, but it was actually just a robot or a clone or some gimmicky thing like that, and this is the real villain.
Didn't even take much time to read about a second threat as we're seeing here, and that is, for better or for worse, what Faded does very well, unfortunately, or too well maybe in some people's opinions. And that's because, look at this. I mean, again, like as you're mentioning, a 1-drop all of a sudden now, again, 7-9 just this next turn. And again, has to be something that you have to deal with your Genesis. You missed out on your Hush already. You don't have a Hush available anymore, so you can't really take this out cleanly. You have some lifesteal available. That is true. It can maybe keep you alive if there is possibly a Cataclysm left for 3 mana.
Yeah, we only have a Guiding Touch, heal the face, draw 1 more card. So do you just go down to 3 here? I think you've got to. Guiding Touch your Librarian to keep boosting it, hoping that the elusive damage can somehow carry. What's the outs here? You have to get Aphelios, convert Infernum, switch out the Rainbow Fish for Papercraft Dragon. That's a lot of mana. That's a lot of sequences. That's a lot of turns that you just don't have. Petricite Broadwing is going to reset this Librarian. Oh, actually goes for a value trade on Bird. My mistake. Basically just saying you need to trade away this. I'm going to try to put you in danger. Oh, nope. Does reset the Librarian. Okay, perfect. So this big scaling threat going to go away. I'm not going to say anything anymore, Panda.
As you're seeing from my last 30 seconds, I'm waiting for him to commit this, or else you're going to be here all day long, Skarzig. And we need our energy. There's still a few rounds left in this tournament. You can't let Sukhoi bait you into switching it up every time he changes.
I'm getting bamboozled in real time.
Exactly.
Caught in 4K.
I learned this lesson before. I will let the combat be chosen. And now Group Shot committed onto the Broadway and will take it down to 1 HP, making this trade come in favor for Librarian. So very good play here by Genesis. One of the weaknesses of the Broadwing, of course, is just taking it down, not killing it all outright, but usually that is enough to have combat trades go in your favor with a swing effect.
So now Papercraft Dragon goes on to the Tasty Fae Folk. We've got double attack with the lifesteal. And the way double attack works is when the first strike works like normal quick attack, but then the second attack is a simultaneous strike. So if Sukhoi is able to put up enough HP to block the initial swing. It will end up potentially still being a 1-for-1 trade, and Genesis comes out on top, potentially healing for 16 damage. Sukhoi would love to see a concerted strike or no Bright Steel Protector to counter this. So Genesis is going to try to restabilize while also pushing some significant damage with this elusive
concerted strike
librarian.
is a possibility, and a possibility that would obviously hurt quite a bit here for Genesis, and that will be the play that Sukhoi has in hand. Faded proc as well onto the Saga Seeker, and you live to tell another tale in the next round. Maybe go for lethal if you're feeling cheeky, while also getting the lifesteal unit out of the way, making sure that you're going to have to force some kind of a removal or a hush effect next turn onto the Saga Seeker to stay alive.
So just puts the Flame Spitter on the Librarian. That's +2 attack granted and impact. So pushing 10 more here. But the Saga Seeker is enormous. Another Pokestick drawn. We don't have any good blockers in play. For this open swing, we can Guiding Touch the Librarian, which puts 3 extra HP worth of 8 of defense in play.
I guess just Guiding Touch also on the Nexus, and then Pale. I guess the same thing really doesn't really matter in that case. But we'll see now. The biggest thing is if there will be a way to Cataclysm with this overall unit to push even more damage through, just in the case that Genesis can actually stop that first attack from connecting. So we'll see if there will be a development or not from Sukhoi's side.
Yeah, there's also just the part where you attack, the blocker's assigned, and then you just single combat or another concerted strike to remove the blocker, and you get your full overwhelm swing. So devastating here. And this, again, is the second Saga Seeker. The only Hush in Genesis's deck was employed to destroy the first one, and then immediately this just took its place. Got the Yuumi and the Zenith Blade attached to it, and you cannot stop this train once it leaves the station. Once all the pieces get assembled, they're self-replenishing. The Yuumi goes back to the hand, the Zenith Blade draws a copy of itself, so you always have these pieces to just immediately pivot to your next unit.
Guiding Touch used 9 HP on the Nexus, surviving on just 1 HP, but when your opponent has 11 mana to work with, you're going to have to assume something else is in the works, and Pale Cascade is that something else in this exact moment in time. Once again, Lethal presented 10 HP, throw down to the Nexus, and round 2 from Genesis now answers with a Pale Cascade of his own. We're back to surviving on 1 HP, and there's no more answer, it looks like, from Sukhoi. Never mind, we're back to round 3.
Another Pale Cascade.
We can go all day here, Scars. The third Pale Cascade is used by Sukhoi. Once again, exact lethal presented, and this time it does go through. That will be it. Game 3 goes to Sukhoi. The French player advances. Shenimo goes through, and Genesis once again guarantees the top 4, but no more in Fight Night.
The key turn for sure was definitely in that second game with the scouts. If there was a development there into the against all odds, would have been lethal. We're short by 1 HP to close out that game number 2, and by taking it all the way to game 3, we finally got to see Faded demonstrate its true power with the Zenith Blade, with the Yuumi.
Well, I've seen it demonstrate that true power many times already, but in this exact series, yes, you're right. And today, I think Pantheon Yuumi hasn't really played at the level that we've expected from it as a deck and just as a powerhouse. But most of the time, if it's left open to be played, it's because the opponent maybe has some counter matchup or has ways to deal with the strategy. In this case, not quite enough there on the side of Genesis, and that will be it for his tournament run. But that's it for loser semis. I believe you can check out the bracket now to see what just all the results now look like, and what we have in store for us for the next round. Skarzik, we're going to see it there. Genesis taken down by Sukhoi, and Thomas versus Sukhoi. Czech Republic versus France, going to be our losers final for today.
Yeah, these players have not actually played against each other yet, it looks like. So this is going to be an exciting matchup of this mid-range monstrosity versus aggro. We're going to get back to that as soon as we return from this quick break, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're about to jump into the next stage of the tournament. The winner of this next game will be taking on Jinden in the grand finals, and we are going to go over the lineup for Sukhoi. We haven't had really a chance to take a deep dive into exactly what Sukhoi has brought, just that we knew it was triple Demacia. Action Sivir is on the menu. Only one copy of Cataclysm on the triple bruiser style. Only one negation. Some versions have been running two lately. Only one quicksand. I like the fact that even though this deck has access to such a powerful toolkit, Sukhoi's not getting baited into running tons of copies of anything. You still want to have plenty of units in play so you can keep your threat levels up, and you have to just rely on your beautiful predict draw off of the Warlord's Palace to get the missing piece you need to convert.
Exactly. The predict draw does allow for a little bit less consistency in deck building, even though I'm someone that is very much a proponent of just having one of copies occasionally in some decks, because not all decks function the same in terms of the draw they have, access to more or less cards depending on what stage of the game you're in. So I think that this is definitely a deck that allows for a bit more of a mix and match of different units and spells, because you have the chance to predict and you have that extra bit of draw going into the late game to find the right things you need when you need them. So having one of Rite of Negation, one of Quicksand, I think is definitely okay going into Akshan Sivir. But looking at deck number 2, it will be Scouts. We've seen quite a bit of it today. Not in the best of lights, really, losing to Deep early on versus Anarchy, and then having a few other almost blowout turns against all odds, Fizz. But in this case, is there anything you would say is out of line or surprising with this current version?
The Penitent Squire builds, I feel like, have always been a little bit weird to me. I think it's just a personal preference kind of idea. We've seen a lot more scout builds opting for Genevieve Elmheart over Cytherea the Bold, just because we're in a meta where having challenger units is just really important, right? Being able to snipe these fizzes and these like elusive targets, maybe putting more pressure on tentacles from Alawi decks, that sort of thing. And if you cut the Penitent Squire, you can have triple Mirai Warden. You can maybe try to sneak in the third Vanguard Sergeant. I'm not entirely sure how popular that's supposed to be, but I think we've seen several games, even so far today, where maybe having access to that for Demacia is more key to your ability to convert.
And the third deck for this triple Demacia lineup will be, of course, Pantheon Yuumi. I think we've seen a lot of today. We saw also Sukhoi playing it in this last series. The game he was just able to win now in the game 3 was with Pantheon Yuumi, a list that I think needs no introduction at this point in Runeterra's history. The deck that definitely has found its place in the pantheon of the gods as a deck that has scaled the mountain to tier 0 and has no thoughts of coming down until it's dragged down by developers.
Yeah, it's all of its good matchups and natural counters have caught in a lot of stray bullets and just don't have the heights of power and consistency they need to really keep this deck under control. Even going so far as to only run 2 Wounded White Flames, the deck is just gone mad with power, where you're just like, Saga Seeker is actually the real star of the show. Wounded White Flame is the backup dancer.
It is definitely the case, and we will be going into the game very soon to see how this backup dancer is able to do it, if it isn't, of course, banned. It's always the option when you don't want to deal with a tier 0 deck that you think is very strong. You can bring out your ban hammer, and I'm not going to get too violent with my descriptions.
What's Pantheon versus Thralls look like? Are we in that timeline where we need, it's like the lesser of 2 evils, the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
We've been in that timeline for a long time.
Thralls has to show up and save us from Pantheon.
I think my preferences in Runeterra are flawed because I have many enemies in every single meta, so I have to change my play style and my favorites because it's not going well. My mental has been shattered for many months now.
Usually it's like the bird decks. It's like Pirates. It's like, man, I can't believe Pirates is so good. It's like, hey, but it beats Aurelia Azir, right? Like, as long as it's like keeping certain decks I don't like out of the metagame, I'm kind of okay with it.
Deep has come back to some extent, so I can't complain too much. But we're going to see what these players can complain about after the bans come through and after they check up what matchups they have to deal with in what is a pivotal series for both of these players. Losers finals, whoever loses is out of the tournament with the top 3, but just narrowly misses out on their invite for next week. Whereas the winner gets some extra prize money for guaranteeing the top 2, has a chance for a rematch, but also gets a ticket to next week's fight night.
So Thomas just opts to ban the Scouts. Again, a deck that is very solid, very consistent, fights for the board, has really ridiculous high roll potential. I think that with enough stuns in Annie Jin, you probably could handle it. And there was a chance that Thomas was anticipating the Annie Jin actually getting banned. So far, out of all the games we've seen Thomas play, I think Annie Jin was banned like in every single set so far. So this is our first time seeing this actually see play. And do we actually want to keep the Demolitionist? I think because you have Tusk Speaker, it doesn't matter. But if you do keep the Demolitionist, you have Annie into Tusk Speaker, into Demolitionist. The worry, of course, here is the Broadwing, which feasts on Annie for free.
Generally, Demolitionist is a card that if you draw it later into the game, it's always going to be good. So with a deck like this one, with I think almost any aggro deck, you're thinking about the hands that can really push forward a lot of damage and be the best or the most optimal plays for when you play them early on. But the mulligan on the Tusk Speaker is also a bit suspect. Only Annie now is a 1-drop. The rest, a pretty bricked hand here. Double Decimate, Fervor, and the Jin. Going to have to rely on a good top deck for turns 2 and 3. Can Thomas do it? Yes, he can. I
think this is what Thomas was looking for. Mulliganing all of the aggressive tools to get things like Stagehand and Sunhawk in order to protect the Annie. But yeah, Sunhawk doesn't actually stop the Broadwing.
The Broadwing, with its fantastic, formidable keyword, dodges the Stunhawk's ability.
Yes, because it stuns the strongest enemy. The Treasure Seeker will actually absorb that, and Annie is going to go down, leaving Thomas with 11 points of burn and a dream.
And Thomas, seems a bit frustrated, but we have to remember he had kind of a free win against Salty Simon earlier in this tournament, so this is maybe karma coming back and taking that win away from him in what could be a very, very important series against Sukhoi here. The mulligan that he went for was also a bit risky. I think he was maybe going for too optimal a hand.
Yeah, I mean, got rewarded with the Jin, but like the rest of these expensive burn spells coming through was kind of rough. Honestly, yeah, just throw the Decimate down. Just get it in now before you're worried about Rite of Negation. There's not a lot of threat potential in play on Sukhoi's side.
When you're playing a Decimate and your opponent has 18 HP, though, that is a sign that something has gone terribly wrong. You now have pretty much already given up on any kind of go-wide damage coming through combat. You're now relying entirely on burn and damage ability effects that don't rely on units actually connecting with the opponent's Nexus by going wide, which is not a good place to be in with your opponent still so healthy and 2 units up on the board.
I mean, when it comes to Annie Jin, even in games like this where they aren't putting on a lot of early threat, because they can chain a lot of stuns together, again with Sunhawk and Stagehand, they can still find some wide swings. We also have Jin in the hand, which does a little bit of ship damage and stunning of his own, but Sukhoi is just looking to close out the game here. Honestly, I don't even think you play around and try to find a target for these Broadwings. I think you take your 10 damage right now. I love it. I actually like the 10 damage here. Because when you develop, you're playing into Sunhawk. You're playing into Stagehand. If Thomas has Stagehand here, you're able to kill a 5-2 and then stop another trade. It's like a Giga Palm. So I would rather you just take the damage here than try to develop and push even further beyond.
I think Sukhoi has some super secret access to your audio channels. Anything you say, he just does the complete opposite the moment you say it.
He was about to open his mouth like, garbage. What's Skarsnik saying? I'm not going to listen to Skarsnik. He's garbage.
Even with caster vision, he's giving you the wrong advice.
Don't trust what Skarsnik says.
He was about to press the button and he heard it like, what? Okay, I'm developing. Just print out all these units that you can. We're close attacking.
Thomas is only going to play one card. He played a Decimate. I know his hand doesn't have anything good in it.
Thomas has no units.
Protector.
he has 5 Decimates in hand. The attack still comes through, and still we're back to the drawing board. 10 damage connects.
You're literally still dealing 10 damage, though. You just get your Broadwing to do some hype. That's all.
But
you
he's
get.
taking away some mana from Thomas, so he can't play 7 decimates in a row. I think that was a great play from Sukhoi. Really, really draining the mana out of Thomas's game plan. And now Thomas with only 2 mana can only play units that can be killed by 2 Broadwings. So I mean, it does feel bad here. You're gonna have to force an attack on the next turn from the. You can't even do it really because I mean the game's over. Essentially is what I'm trying to say. You don't have a chance to play Decimate, develop an attack here without Nocturne Fervor being useless. You don't have enough blockers for next turn.
No, you can win. You can win. You got 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's one more Decimate. Got this. It's fine.
Because surely Sukhoi will develop again next turn.
Yes, clearly. Got Annie. Hell yeah. It's all coming up roses. You can play a 3/3 to block the Annie. Broadwing blocks Annie.
You just cannot attack with any of these units at this point in time. You have to develop the Jin as well. You'll have just enough blockers to not die on an open attack as long as no extra combat tricks are drawn from Sukhoi. And maybe that gives you the breathing room you need to survive kind of one more attack token sequence from Sukhoi and to find enough burn with maybe another Decimate and some more last minute fervor without interaction. But that's very hopeful. But there's a line, I think, if you're able to play out the Jin here.
Yeah, I mean, like the mulligan on the Tusk Speaker, so you didn't have that 2 mana 3/2 to kind of threaten versus a lot of this early game, and like clear a path for the Sunhawk. The stuns are so strong when you're ahead on board, and so it's important to play for that tempo. I'm not, again, the thing about the Annie-Jin deck is it has this reputation of just kind of high rolling you with like Crackshot Corsair and just smorking you down. But once you get into these middling games of trying to fish for very specific mulligans and taking these sorts of risks that burn decks need to take in order to maximize their damage output is where things start to get a little bit muddy, where if you aren't playing on the same wavelength as these pilots, it's hard to tell what they're going for, just because you're forced sometimes to take these completely blasphemous lines.
No.
Yes.
The attack comes through. I mean, you're taking damage away from the Broadwings, and one of them is stunned. So it's kind of like taking less of an open attack next turn. The Jin survives, so I think it's fine to attack with it here. But you have to play risky because Thomas is in such a bad position that he's forced to make these very risky plays. Assume there's no combat trick. Assume there's no possible chance for a 1-for-1 against Jin here. And just, assume that this is what you have to do to try and maybe win the game.
Yeah,
I don't know about this though, because then your opponent develops on things. Yeah, you can't, because you have still 40 minutes to go. Yeah, this is the only way to survive, actually. Not attacking whatsoever. Maybe with the Jim, but that would be kind of the only risk you can take.
Mm-hmm.
Double Fervor, so you can yeet away both your Annie and your Boom Crew that would die doing absolutely nothing against these Broadwings. And then you're fine. No rally, no combat tricks.
Ooh, Sukhoi gonna put a little bit more damage down. You develop Merciless Hunter, overwrite one of your Treasure Seekers, put Vulnerable on the Jin so you can pull it to the side. You also get the challenge on the Fleet Feather Tracker by developing one more unit.
You have to assume there's gonna be a stun though, with triple stun Hawk, with a Stage Hand as well. Ooh.
I think with 6 mana though, you probably can just overwrite your stunned unit if they do have Sunhawk or Stage Hand.
And we'll see it now. The block onto the 3/2, the Jin rather surviving. And both these units going to get thrown into the opponent's Nexus, putting Sukhoi down to a theoretical 7 HP. Decimate puts you down to 3. And there's a chance for a second Decimate or a Fervor draw onto this Jin to seal the game for Thomas in a world where aggro reigns supreme. But I'm not sure we're living in that world just yet. We'll have to see if Sukhoi can draw any interaction at all, and if the top decks go in Thomas's favor.
Oh my goodness. And is hesitant to put the double Fervor down because of negation.
Yeah, that's true.
And so only puts down the 1. Wants to see if Sukhoi is going to react to this. Maybe has some sort of answer, Concerted Strike, some sort of buff to push some damage. But just gets 3 for now on the Annie. I think that Thomas was behind enough that you're going to lose to negation no matter what or when it appears. So you might as well just put the both fervors through.
Yeah.
Because if any of your burn gets disrupted, you lose. So
it's looking tough. And Sukhoi, maybe has the worst hand to punish the situation I've ever seen. No interaction, no rallies, nothing that can interact with well, never mind.
Has the rally.
Caster Blessing has come online for Sukhoi, draws a rally and one Jin all by himself with 2 HP on the Nexus. Will not be enough to stop the siege. Many birds and seekers of treasure will attack, and Jin's rifle cannot take them all down.
Yep. So Sukhoi is short Thomas is short 3 damage, and not to harp on it too much, but you know what results in 3 damage on average? A Tusk Speaker.
Yep.
If Jin was close to leveling, you get the 4 damage to the Nexus by attacking. Stagehand is ephemeral, so you get to peel 2 blockers here, potentially. But just, again, there hasn't been enough. Yeah, exactly. You can just overwrite this. There has not been enough spells cast to even threaten a Jin level up. The only skills that have hit the board, I think, was literally just that one attack from Annie, and then a few spells here and there.
Because the Broadwing essentially able to stop the attacks from Boom Crew, even, for example, it's just there was no flow in the tempo of Thomas's game plan due to the just really messy early game in terms of what units you can play out early, and just the mulligan becoming quite disastrous actually with double decimate. So there's a Golden Aegis being used. Fervor can be played defensively to kill this Broadwing if you choose to, but again, I'm not sure that's even the decision to make, or really any decision here is able to do anything, because you're on 2 HP and there's 6 units attacking and you only have 2 blockers.
Yep, got Dancing Grenade. We've got Noxian Fervor, which you can use on the Stagehand to take out this 3/3. And
I mean, that's Thomas. I enjoy the valiant attempt, but if it was Salty Simon, we would have surrendered 2 minutes ago, because this is an absolutely doomed game. If any one of these units connects, it's over, because it's 2 HP. So even leaving just one Treasure Seeker to survive is not going to do it. Oh. Yeah, there's no level up from Jin, though, right? Yeah, it's really not. Well, Thomas is making sure, being diligent.
I mean, it's tricky, right? Because both of these players are still fighting to stay in the tournament. This is the lower bracket, and Thomas is just doing, as you said, the due diligence of trying to find a line, maybe trying to get Sukhoi to make a misplay, gets both challengers stunned, clears the Fleet Feather Tracker, has the Merciless Hunter development, so that's 100% lethal.
Oh, I think it was 100% a little while ago, Skarzik.
Yeah, I mean, let me think. With the block, and then Fervor, yeah, I mean, it's guaranteed lethal.
You even have Quicksand to take away the fearsome.
Yeah, so then it's just a pass, and then the Shen emote. And so Thomas is going to go to the next game. Sivir Akshan, still, again, very, very solid. It's a mid-range deck that has the most consistent ability to pivot into aggression. And that's one of the keys, right? Is a lot of mid-range decks, when they are in matchups where they have to end the game quickly, versus Burn, versus Viego, for example, they really struggle to find that line. But Sivir Akshan does it beautifully. Because of Broadwing, because of Merciless Hunter, they can keep that pressure up, even Waking Sands getting big bursts of damage in the early mid game. And there was no champions there, right? It was just Broadwings doing what they love to do, killing those very shrimpy early game units. And we'll see here if Thomas is able to get a better starting hand.
Sentry, the one-of copy in this list, is actually pretty fantastic in this matchup, able to stop that kind of all-in turn from a 8-10 Overwhelm Saga Seeker on turn 4. So definitely going to be possibly a keep. I think it has to be a keep, just simply because you only have one copy. You can't really hope to... Ooh, Thomas is saying no. Thomas is saying my game plan is aggressive. I want to go face, and Sentry doesn't help me do it. So I'm going to try and win this before
5-1 drops.
Oh,
we've hit the jackpot. We're going to go wide. We are going to do a smork.
I do love this. This is obviously one of the stronger starts to have with any aggro list, but there are a lot of 1 and 2 drops in Pantheon Yuumi.
All right, so we've got Legion Saboteur. If Sukhoi attacks to clear the Saboteur off the board, do you take this trade as Thomas, or do you value the 1 damage to the Nexus more?
Oh, I mean, you definitely take this trade. There's no chance for faded procs. The time it buys you in terms of you just having more time to find lethal, because there isn't a massive overwhelm 1-drop killing you, is always going to be worth it.
Beautiful. And so now Sukhoi can maybe play second Saga Seeker, can only play 1-2 drop. So Thomas is always going to be ahead on the board here. We could see Saboteur Crackshot, maybe Saboteur Legion Grenadier. Legion Grenadier having that 3 attack would bully a Broadwing very well from this position.
If you're expecting, a mounting out, for example, then Saboteur into, Rearguard would be the play to make here. Corsair, not going to be great. A lot of 2 HP blockers in general, so you can't really go face with it. And you'd just rather have it for later as that extra bit of ping damage.
Yeah, I think it's tricky, right? Because if you get Crackshot Corsair down early, every time you attack, you're just dealing 1 extra point of damage to the Nexus. It's an extra skill that's going on the stack to play towards leveling up your Jhin. But it looks like Broadwing was indeed the play. And now what Thomas can do is only attack with the rear guard, try to go for a 1-for-1. If you attack with both, you still get 4 damage to the Nexus in exchange for the Broadwing getting a nice 2-for-1 and still threaten your Crackshot Corsair. And Thomas is going to take the middle road.
Yeah, for how explosive a start can be with multiple 1-drop, this is not obviously the best of results, because you're at a point in time where you didn't really deal enough damage, you didn't really get enough of an advantage for it to be worth the lack of resources you have in hand now going to the next few turns. We're going to see how obviously the rest of these turns play out, but it might get a bit tricky in terms of now you have a lot of 1-drops that are going to get traded 2-for-1 against most of the blockers that Sukhoi has, and you've only really dealt 3 damage rather to the Nexus.
And so now Sukhoi can take advantage by pulling this Legion Saboteur. I wonder if this is what Thomas is trying to bait him into doing. So you can just play double Crackshot Corsair, not really have to worry about things. Is this going to be a pass? Yeah, Thomas is in a very, very frustrating spot. Again, Broadwing lines up so well into Annie Jhin. And basically, the player base, after kind of getting their fill of the new decks, returning to the tried and true like Pantheon builds and Sivir Akshan and just other Demacia Broadwing builds, like with Alawi Demacia being also another prominent deck on the ladder, has just kind of bullied this deck out of existence. They have no means to really deal with Broadwing and prevent it from getting massive amounts of value. So now, with the Mountain Goat being able to swing for free, we have a gem to re-heal this Broadwing, and it's going to keep double dipping, triple dipping, keeping Thomas under control.
And there's very little you can do to stop this kind of blockade in terms of combat, because you usually just want to swing wildly with any board you have, not really giving too much value to what the opponent's developing, because that's just the game plan that these aggro lists have. They're trying to chip in any damage across the board, giving up value trades in the process just to get this extra damage, because that's the game plan. You're just playing for burn and playing for maximum damage as quickly as possible. But Broadwing is very, very good at dissuading aggro players from doing this and guaranteeing 2-for-1s and guaranteeing the right trades on the units that are able to swing and get out of control, like Annie, like the Boom Crew, that have very low attack totals but have somewhat high health and Boom Crew's condition, but still can be killed by Broadwing in one trade.
Yeah, and then just the gem back onto the Broadwing, so it's still a beautiful trader into the Crackshot Corsairs. You're pushing a little bit of damage. You're getting some love on the Jhin that's in your hand, but this is where the breaks come crashing down on this deck, where you deal some chip damage, but so many lists, like almost as a function of this deck's existence, have actually been running a lot more early game, because they recognize that as long as I can trade effectively in the early mid game, this list can't really close out. It's so reliant on, Decimate and Fervor to end games even when you're winning and doing quite well, because there's no card draw, there's very little card flow. You have to hit like, you know, Stage Hand into Sunhawk and hope your opponent develops some misplays into those.
Forest Air is going to get picked off, turn little by little. You have the chance for a player or rear guard into Doom Beast, but again, rear guard on defense does nothing. And Sukhoi very patiently able to develop a second Broadwing now to kill off both Corsairs in one turn, and not really do his own thing, not really focus on his game plan of just having a big buff faded overwhelm unit, instead saying I'm going to control the board completely to the point where there's nothing you can really do. If you don't deal enough chip damage early on, you can't really deal 15-16 points of damage just through burn for the most part.
And we've got Jin finally cooking, dealing some damage to the Nexus, Doom Beast healing. But the double Broadwing is just, they just have their kids in a candy store. They just get to snipe these Corsairs. They get to stay alive as blockers. Wounded White Flame, even as a 3-mana 2/3, has excellent stats lining up into this. With the Jin proc, it reveals to Sukhoi what that final card actually is. And so Pantheon just hits the board with Barrier.
And Annie joins the list of units that will get killed by Broadwing very, very easily. Cannot even be played until after this attack resolves. And then we're seeing the double Corsair taking down the 1-2 punch by the Broadwing twins, and Pantheon doing his thing as well. Not leveled up yet, not quite the menace that he's going to be in the next few turns, but because there's so little interaction in burn anyway, there's not really going to be anything to stop him.
Earlier we saw 2 birds with 1 stone, and now we've got 2 stone birds stoning the stones. I don't know. There's a joke there somewhere.
So, not sure where exactly. Also, the Corsairs are armed. They have guns, but they can't shoot down these pesky birds. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the lore lines up here.
They go to shoot the Broadwing. The bullet just ricochets.
That might be finding something there.
So we got Jin and Annie now hitting the board. We've got a +1 on the swing. But this is one of those games, right, where you're like, haha, your opponent's feeling good about themselves. I've got tons of defense. I've got Pantheon. I've got my Broadwings. And then the Annie Jin player just has double Decimate, or they draw like Sunhawk and stuff like that. And they stun out your blockers. They're able to get through 1 or 2 big swings and go from there.
Attack token once again in Thomas's favor. Jin can come down, Annie as well. Annie would be able to, actually no, can't swing in because the Pantheon's 3 HP, and obviously the 7 mana that Sukhoi has to work with and has a chance to obviously have so many different combat tricks that would stop Annie in her tracks, and probably Jin as well.
And so we have some play here with the second Jin. With the Dancing Grenade, we can deal 1 potentially to this Broadwing. Sukhoi has single combat, however. Yeah, so still a lot of play. Even with like Bastion, Guiding Touch, you get a little bit of healing to get out of whatever like burn calculations that Thomas is trying to put forth this turn. The Dancing Grenade, the second half of Jin's champion spell, is focus speed, I believe. So Sukhoi is going to be able to just open attack and avoid that altogether.
Is it focus? I think it's slow.
It's slow and slow. Yikes.
Maybe it's focus. I'm not sure.
I've literally only seen it once.
I've actually played it a few times where it was caught in a pickle. I kind of had to, but I forgot. What speed was that exactly?
But at any rate, yeah, it is a very, very cool card. But having to pay 4 mana for it is very hard.
Well, when you have no cards in hand as an aggro player and you have 9 mana to work with, I guess it's your only choice.
Yeah, play that Annie. What's going on? Thomas just trying to keep some resources hidden here. Just has to pass back. So no second bounce.
Disintegrate.
Is expecting this Jin to go down.
The dream. Disintegrate, Bouncing Grenade, Pantheon.
Yeah, Disintegrate does go through Barrier, but Sukhoi has Bastion.
Oh no.
And yeah, this is just another game where Thomas just has very, very terrible draws, has gotten this far off of like what are the other two decks, Bard, Zed, and Scion. A lot of players just not wanting to deal with the potential high roll of Annie Jin, and it's been banned a lot. And now when it comes right down to it, Sukhoi is like, no, I'm not going to fall for the Genjutsu. Annie Jin is not as scary as everybody thinks it is, and I'm just going to play Broad Wings and I win.
Taking his time here, I think, Sukhoi, the biggest thing is he knows this attack token is very valuable. He has Cataclysm as well. He wants to find a way to end the game on this turn. Doesn't want to give Thomas any more chances to find, decimate, to find these weird lines that might win him somehow the game. We've seen it before. There's been a lot of patient play in today's tournament, maybe sometimes too patient. We saw it with the deep game earlier on in the very first round. I'll have to see how Sukhoi is able to... I think this is definitely correct. Your opponent has very few cards in hand. Want to put through an attack first, see if there's any reaction, and then you still have Cataclysm to double down and try and get lethal.
Yeah, because the Cataclysm is going to proc that Faded. Pantheon gets even bigger. We can push even more attack power on top of that with the gem. We've got Bastion to, protect from a stun. Cataclysm goes for stun anyway, I guess. It doesn't matter. So yeah, here we go. The double dip about to happen. And Thomas only has, again, this 4 mana deal 1, is it? Yeah. Lord have mercy on my soul. What a bad card.
4 mana deal 1, and it is for sure slow. I'm remembering now, and it's, yeah.
And then it becomes 1 mana deal 4, right, on the second bounce?
Zero mana.
0 mana. Ugh. Yeah.
It's meant to be a two-part thing, obviously. The first part is not very good. But the second part
Jin's whole thing is that he's trying to, set up a play for the future. And if you've got 2 Jins and, you're really ahead on board, and, the second bounce, coming through to clear a blocker, setting up for a big swing, could be, a really sick play. And who knows if the developers play-tested second bounce at focus speed, and it was just, absurd to be able to just essentially nuke something before your opponent can react and then open attack.
Stun is found here. Jin is definitely not close to a level up, I think. Not quite yet, obviously, despite this being at turn 8 now. I'm not sure what any Jin is still doing alive, even. But very patient play from Sukhoi. Spent the first 6 turns of this game really just playing cleanup with the Broadwings, just cleaning up all the debris on the other side of the board. Not really centering on his own faded overwhelm strategy until maybe this point in time. And we made it this far. I don't think... 5 out of 12 still for Jin, so very far away due to the roadblocks the Broadwings presented for both the Annie and the Boom Crew.
The Janny in deck, exactly. It's but I like the word you chose, Panda. Debris, for sure. Just cleaning up all the trash, the detritus on Thomas's side. It's called debris because Annie Jin is definitely washed up.
At least in this matchup and in this current situation, yes, that is the case. Not much you can do against the Broadwings.
And so Pantheon isn't even leveled up. We've been chilling, not really proccing Faded, just playing very defensively, playing very patiently. And it's just a matter of what are you even hoping for? Sukhoi is just waiting for Thomas to crack, put a Noxian Fervor down to use this concerted strike to, sidestep it. Just go for the Cataclysm, my guy.
Oh, it was being hovered there. Skarsnik, don't tell him to do it, or else he'll do the opposite. So tell him not to do it.
Don't use the Cataclysm here. Let Thomas make one more desperate play, and then don't Cataclysm.
Oh, and there's a desperate play. The Disintegrate Bouncing Grenade, the cursed combo you never see played in an aggro deck. All the grenades, the Lotus Traps, everything is put forward. Jin trying his best to use his entire arsenal, but one magical Bastion will be able to stop everything. The grandiose plan that has been cooked up for 3 centuries is unfortunately unraveled.
Unraveled. Pantheon will not disintegrate. This little girl's magical fire cannot affect this manly man raining down from the heavens. Thomas gets a nice consolation prize. You know, going to get that second bounce in hand at the start of the next turn.
And now
when
finally,
Thomas has no cards in hand, Sukhoi can go for the Cataclysm. Can go for the Cataclysm. You're missing his cue here. Sukhoi goes for Cataclysm.
There's the Cataclysm. Single combat can't come down just to guarantee the lethal on this turn. Thomas is happy to
go single combat to get the overwhelm lethal. Please. Okay, Sukhoi is just chilling.
There's no cards in the hand of Thomas Sukhoi. And Thomas is the one player that will not concede. Sukhoi knows this. He's dealing mental damage for next fight night, apparently. I'm not sure.
You can't stack them. Okay. According to this, you can't stack them.
But after the Cataclysm is committed.
You commit the Cataclysm, Annie gets dragged, and then Thomas doesn't have anything to react with, so just lets it go through immediately, right?
Exactly. I mean, you don't Cataclysm with the Pantheon. If that makes sense.
Okay.
The attack comes through now with Wounded White Flame. Shen emote comes through, and the game is over. It's been the slowest of slow rolls. It's been Thomas in 2 games in a row having a very difficult time with this aggro list with Annie Jin, and I think if he can't make it work, despite it was pretty awkward mulligans in both times, it has to be said.
You can't single combat on the stack with the Cataclysm. We're having a debate over here, Panda, to see if that was.
I'm trying to, regardless of what order you want to play, every single one of the cards in your hand. There was no cards left for Thomas. You can pass. You can go. You can do whatever you want. But the game was over. I mean, considering the HP that Sukhoi currently had, there was no chance for Fervor, Decimate, any way for Thomas to come back to that game, which is unfortunate. But this is Annie Jin, I think, in a nutshell in this current meta, especially against Broadwing, where it just feasts on Boom Crew, on Annie, and makes the early rounds of combat so difficult in that case. So unfortunate for Thomas. I think the lineup was maybe not the best of choices coming into today and coming into the tournament meta.
Did well, though, made top 4.
I think that's more on Thomas than the lineup, though, considering just how Annie Jin just was not really able to do much of anything in the match we saw, at least on the stream.
Yeah, so the Annie Jin list goes down. Big shout out to Thomas once again for, being that wild card, bringing Annie, and also just aggro in general to the tournament lineup, keeping everybody honest, keeping everybody on their toes. But now we have our winner locked in, and we're going to get to that finals after this break. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. For those of you who are just joining us, your timing is impeccable because we're about to go into the grand finals.
That's right, Jinden is back trying to defend his honor with an entirely different lineup. No lurk to be seen anywhere, but still, he's made it back into the grand finals. Has a chance to go from not winning any Fight Night tournaments in his prior experiences to now maybe going for the back-to-back and catching fire, really, in terms of finding very good form into a new season and maybe kind of having figured out the meta and his current favorite playstyle very quickly compared to other players.
Yeah, if you can get that early read, that early line on what decks are good, what decks are strong, we've seen this time and time again, Panda, where the player who is the early adopter of what is the next step in the strong decks of the metagame, you get a week and a half or 2 weeks of really strong competitive dominance before the player base catches up to those decks and also starts to figure out the counters to those decks.
Gonna have to face off against Sukhoi playing triple Demacia, a player that has been doing very, very well today. We talked about him being very young, being kind of this obviously debut in Fight Night as well, but still putting up very good results, offering very clean play, and already starting to make a name for himself. Coming from France, I mean, maybe not too surprising considering how stacked the French scene has been in Runeterra the past 2 years.
Yeah, and when you're playing a triple Demacia lineup, there is this sort of idea that it is not as an exciting lineup, but it is one that rewards very, very strong fundamental play. We literally, when we had Castman, for example, join us for a couple fight nights back to back, he had to study under the greats of the Demacia players to figure out how to optimize your lines and your strategies and actually learn not just these decks, but playing a triple Demacia lineup is a tournament skill in itself. It's a lot of things that certain players have in their repertoire where they're okay, I'm going to play triple Demacia, and it becomes its own strategy with different picks and different bans. And Sukhoi has been making the right reads about what decks to ban and how to play these lines, play very respectfully of his opponents, and just find these good, clean win conditions.
Yeah, we'll see what the ban ends up looking like for both of these players and see what they fear the most in the opposing lineup, because that might be obviously a very important part of this series, especially considering that the fact that, as always, remind the viewers at home that there is going to be the possibility of a bracket reset. But Jinden is still sitting very comfortably with that extra life advantage over Sukhoi because he has not dropped down to the loser's bracket at any point in time today, whereas Sukhoi has made that not fatal mistake, but I guess just that situation. He's gone down loser's bracket, and now he has to fight back, win this first series if he's able to do so, forces a bracket reset, and then has to win the next one to become champion, where Jinden can win 2-0 or 2-1 in this first series, and the title would be his for a second week in a row.
Jinden, again, on the Bard Zed, on the Thralls, on the Draven Scion with the 1 Vi, using a little bit more of the newer strong decks from the metagame, going up against, the tried and true heavy hitters from the previous metagame, with Sukhoi again on Scouts, Pantheon, and Sivir Akshan. And so we've got potential, right, for these decks like Scouts, Sivir Akshan, Pantheon with rallies to get an early advantage, rally, and beat Thralls. That was kind of the consistent way you would stop this deck, the way you would stop a lot of more control-y Freljord decks. But now that this list has a much smoother line to its win condition, has a little bit more early development thanks to Harbinger of Thralls and Sands of Time to wall out these big attacks. It has an extra anti-rally. I don't know if that aspect of the matchup is something that you even need to worry about anymore.
Yeah, different players have different builds, but there's even that one more copy of Avalanche in this list as well. That usually some players are just cutting it out altogether, running only Ravines. Like we saw Simon, I think, before was playing only Ravines. So even more answers for the go wide strategy from Scouts. Sands of Time, a burst speed answer to Scouts going wide very early on, which is maybe, like you said, one of the weaknesses that this deck used to have in the past that now doesn't have as much anymore. With Harbinger as well, a card that can be played on turn 2 and have kind of that 1-for-1 blocker into pretty much anything.
It is important to note that the Avalanche is squeezed into the deck by cutting one Draklorn Inquisitor. There could be some awkward turns for Jinden where you've got your Thralls, you know, at like 4 or 3 ticks left, and you really need those 8/8s to close out or get some blockers. You might whiff. No Draklorn Inquisitor. Sands of Time also does not stop Broadwing. So if Scouts and Silver Auction are able to get those really ridiculous triple Broadwing setups, and also Pantheon, the Sands of Time won't hurt as badly. Furthermore, if your unit is scaled up to like 8 or 9 attack with Overwhelm, then taking 2 attack off of it is barely going to hurt. Overall, I think that Thralls just might have to be the ban. There's still, when you consider the ways that you win, there's too many ifs. There's too many, but I have to draw this, and that. And Thralls is just like, I just have to just play and I win because 8/8s kill everything.
I think it might still be Zed Bard, to be honest. I mean, you have stun effects for Pantheon Yumi. You have a clogged up board, making it almost impossible for Silver Auction and Scouts to actually win. You have good early game in the case of Bird and Inspiring Mentor, and you know, at least drop second 1-for-1 with Scouts. I think this is a deck that you just you're not able to really push through. As a full Demacia lineup, it's just kind of a nightmare situation.
If you're going up against Thralls, you can just take your chances that they're going to draw poorly. And we know that players historically fear Scouts because of its ability to draw very, very well and win games, especially in matchups where they're kind of awful or spots where they shouldn't be able to win. They're still able to pull out those miracles. If your opponent gets a misfortune set up and has 1 or 2 cards in the hand that protects her from your attempts to shut her down, then most everything does still crumple, right, to that level 2 misfortune, especially with the Scout, especially with a rally, taking 6, 9, 12 direct damage thanks to bullet time. Tough Nexus does stop that, though, but Zed Bard might be the way to go after all.
We'll see what ends up happening in the ban phase as we get into that section very soon to see again. And this could be something that maybe in this first series, certain bans go through. Sukhoi is able to get the reverse or get the bracket reset, and that might change the bans for the second series. It might be kind of a learning process happening here as well, depending on what Jinden is facing and if he wants to try and change the outcome of the matchups in that way. If he feels like he was maybe outbanned in this first phase. So we'll see. We'll end up seeing if there is even going to be a second series. It might not be the case, of course. We've gotten very used to bracket resets in Fight Night EMEA, but this year, maybe not so much the case. Maybe the opposite has been the more traditional outcome in the last few months.
True. Yeah. And as we've moved through the bracket, we could just see Pantheon getting banned, even though you've got the Will of Ionia. If you're anticipating that Bard Zed ban, then you ban the Pantheon instead, and you just try to win through Scouts and Silver Auction on board. Because, again, you do have Frostbites, Rite of Negation, Sands of Time, means that you don't fear the rallies as much, but Pantheon's ability to, just get a really big unit, find that line to beat you down before you can get set up could be really detrimental, especially the way, like, Saga Seeker continues to scale, your AoE that you're relying on to fight aggro doesn't really work when your opponent's going tall on one thing. And so if it's a big threat, you're forced to block with Lysandra, you lose it on Tough Nexus. There's certainly a line there. And this sort of ban and counter ban mind game is a big part of tournament play. And the players are going to take a lot of time to figure out what they want to ban. We don't have eyes on it now, but we'll be able to extrapolate once we get into the second game, I suppose.
We'll get the info from production for sure, but we won't be seeing the actual ban phase due to the limitation with both players that are playing currently don't have their own stream set up, etc. We'll have the game, of course. We won't just be casting an invisible finals, but we won't have both hands like we had in the last game where Skarzak was forced to use his psychic powers instead to extrapolate what was in Sukhoi's hand when he was playing Scouts. So we'll have our seer Skarzak in action here.
I know, gotta channel the mystic energy here, and then
use the energy to say the opposite. Remember of what you.
Oh yeah, we got to say the opposite because Sukhoi is like tuned into the opposite of whatever I happen to perceive.
He's tuned into the mental wavelength, the energy you put out, and he does the opposite.
It's
We'll figure it out.
And I'm just like thinking too, like as we go into the ban phase, it's terrifying, right? Because when your opponent has thralls and they have the Bard Zed, and you have to pick one or the other to ban, like you don't want to fight any of those decks. But Jinden is starting off with the Draven Scion Vi, has the attack token on evens, so a little bit awkward overall. No early activators to get this Risen Rider, and Sukhoi starts off with Saga Seeker on 1, off to a great start, and it looks like Pantheon indeed was not banned. I wonder if Jinden was anticipating having access to Ionia for this set.
That's going to be a perfect start, as you mentioned, for Sukhoi. His win condition already on the board so early on. Few decks can do this. Maybe Fizifelios is the other one. On the case of Jinden, his win condition will come on turn 7, like most other win conditions in Runeterra. And he has to make it to that point. He has to try and deal that extra bit of damage until Scion comes down. Has a Fallen Rider, no way to activate it, unfortunately, for this turn. So can't really take advantage of the lack of fearsome blockers. And maybe even there would be development of a Mountain Goat, if that were the case.
And we are getting word that Jinden did ban Scouts. So not wanting to play around with, not having the right removals at the right time, getting snowballed on by a wide board, a misfortune, and rallies. Maybe was anticipating a Thralls ban. I wonder if how Thralls players feel about the Scout matchup. I feel like if you misplay with Thralls, Scouts really punishes you. Although even if Thralls has a good suite of tools to deal with those sorts of boards.
Talking about tools that you can use to your advantage, Zenith Blade being hovered, I'm going to assume on the Saga Seeker. I've seen this matchup too many times for it to be, and I think it can't be anything else, right? in this board state. Yeah. And that's going to be a 3-5 stat line now on the Saga Seeker. Draven can come down. There's maybe the chance for some kind of cheeky play with survival skills at some point in this game that could get a combat trade in favor of Jinden. But we'll have to see exactly how Sukhoi is able to navigate that.
And yeah, 3-5, nothing to stop that Zenith Blade from connecting. And Jinden might just trade here, get the spinning axe, get another axe, and try to cycle something. We can just axe the Draven, put one more point of damage. Ooh, as the Whirling Death. Very big risk here. Does Sukhoi have the single combat to counter this? Jinden trying to keep this threat from snowballing.
If he does, axe into survival skills.
Oh, let's go. Axe into survival skills means that Draven will also level up here by receiving the spinning axe, and it comes together.
Ooh. And I thought Saga Seeker Zenith Blade could not be stopped, but Draven, 2 axes, well, at least 1-2 times, so a dual-wielding man is able to do it.
Let's go.
This feels good, Skarsnik. I don't want to be a biased caster, but I'm feeling some nice dopamine rushes in my body as I see Draven level up on turn 3, as was intended always by the developers, with a great combination of cards, interesting lines, and just good, clean Runeterra being played.
And so now Jinden has the option to put another axe on this Draven and swing for 5. The development here isn't too scary, right? We know that Sukhoi is only going to be able to play one thing. It's going to be a Mountain Goat. It's going to be a Broadwing. So you're still getting some really strong damage through. You're denying another potential unit for Sukhoi to start stacking buffs onto if he feels he's forced to block. And if Sukhoi wants to float mana here, then you're pushing 9. And Bright Steel Protector is the sacrificial lamb here, missing out on a big opportunity to proc Faded and use Barrier to wall out Jinden's aggression in a future turn.
Another axe. Another one. Why not? Draven getting all the love he has been denied for the past few years, ever since he became a sacrificial target for Mystic Shot, and now it's all coming back to him. He's getting it all. Survival skills, he's killing units, he's doing his thing. You know, the Runeterra devs say they wanted to find a home for every champion, and Draven has found his home in this game right now. Just this one game, though.
Broadwing, the Boogeyman, the absolutely monstrous card from the previous set. Just from the metagame in general, such a powerful card. Coming down and threatening the Draven. Jinden is on just one copy of survival skills or two? This one has two copies. Amazing. So Sukhoi still has to respect that potential outcome, has the Mystic Shot to weaken this broad wing so that it can't kill the Draven anyway. We're getting closer and closer and closer to the Scion. And now with second Bright Steel Protector to back up this challenger, it looks like Draven will finally go down, but he's done a lot of homework and he's going to add 2 more axes to the hand on his way out.
Are you not a believer of Zonai Urchin into axe, into second survival skills, into Mystic Shot the Broadwing, and have Draven kill it as well? I'm a believer, Skarzik.
I mean, Sukhoi only has 3 more mana available. Is thinking about using the Zenith Blade. But now Draven's already done his job. You know what I mean? He pushed some damage. He got a great trade on the Saga Seeker.
He's done more than his job, I think. He killed a Saga Seeker.
He volunteered for overtime. He came in, worked an overtime shift, worked a double, then volunteered at the community center.
Went to the
for
gym in between.
Underprivileged gladiators. Is donating spinning axes to the Axe Relief Fund.
Very important fund.
And Jinden, yeah, just plays the Twin Blade Revenant. Doesn't care about going for that draw. Doesn't care about looking for the next piece of the puzzle. Yep, just gonna let Draven retire.
Taken down, but what a great job this man has done to keep Jinden in this game. 4 axes. He can cycle through his entire deck. He can use 17 Get Excited at his opponent's Nexus. If only he could draw so many, because he has all the discard fodder he will ever need in this game.
This is, I wonder if Jinden is going to Mystic Shot this 3-2. Because the Petrosite Broadwing cannot block Fearsome, there is potential to force 4 more damage here.
Chance for single combat, though. There is some counterplay available on this next turn, or even on the
Aloof
last
Travelers. This can snipe Concerted Strike, can snipe a Pantheon, snipes the Zenith Blade from the hand. So much information now granted to Jinden about what Sukhoi's hand is looking like.
And the big boys are now waiting in Jinden's hand. They're ready for their turn in the spotlight. Scion first and Farron after. The 1-2 punch that very few are able to survive.
Pushing through the Scion deck, gets this early tempo, the survival skills paying monstrous dividends, and Jinden doesn't mind that this 3-2 gets to trade into the Revenant because you get to cycle it immediately with, you know, Grandpa Draven's inheritance that he's left in your hand here, these spinning axes. Broadwing also getting a little bit weakened thanks to the Zonai Urchin. You can cash in another axe to trade this 1-for-1.
Oh, Pill Cascade being used. No faded on Broadwing, thank the Lord. So only a 1-4 stat line, but still happy to make this trade. Not only a 1-1 can challenge, but really he's not going to get much of anything done in terms of killing off any units now that it's down to 1 HP. Can get healed up with Guiding Touch, though, so that can be kind of solved going into this next turn. But 10 mana to work with for Sukhoi. Has to start developing something at this point. And it looks like he has no faded units to work with. Having to use a Zenith Blade here on a Broadwing is already a telltale sign that his hand is in trouble.
You can't. Oh my god, this is so terrifying. This is your final Zenith Blade. One was already used on the Saga Seeker. The second was discarded by Aloof Traveler. If you cash this in on Broadwing and it goes down to Get Excited or something, it's going to be curtains. You have to save this for your next faded target to try to stack it up and win the game. Cataclysm, I think that's your only line, Panda. But the fact that Sukhoi is even hovering this, I think tells Jinden that the rest of the hand is spells.
You don't even try and take this down or do anything about this at this point in time, because you can just play Scion for 7 mana and say, you know, ready to rumble. If you challenge anything with this Broadwing, that's just less effective HP to work with for the block next turn. You can't really get into this meaningless combat because you just are able to maybe proc the Scion to level up and to have its revived copy come back from the graveyard and hit you a second time next turn as well. So it's looking tough here, and it's going to look even tougher once Farron comes down and you get the 1-2 big boy attack.
It's all coming together. We've even got Roar the Slayer now from second Scion. If Sukhoi is forced into having a very narrow board, Roar the Slayer can also find a fantastic big target. You know, if like the Hail Mary Pantheon happens to come through and doesn't have a spell shield on it.
Was Scion the one we called the Kool-Aid Man? It was, right? It's been so long.
Yes, Scion the Kool-Aid Man is here.
It's summer.
You can, yeah, I mean, you can see he's got the big red tummy full
summer
of
our friends in Noxus need to cool down. It's really hot over there, I've heard. I've seen the weather reports. Scorching hot in some cases.
But Saga Seeker comes down. Look at this. Drawn off the Guiding Touch, I believe. Can't receive the Zenith Blade. He reached up to grab the blade, and then a stone bird swooped down and stole it. So now he's just a 1-2. A man with no future.
Pass comes through because there's nothing you can do when you're facing a Scion, but then you think it's over. No. Farron comes through as well. Scion gets his war cry online. Farron would love to join him, but he's not a champion just yet, so he's going to have to just chill in the back as a follower does. But this attack is looking pretty menacing, Skarzig.
Yep. Scion goes in, you can attack. Sukhoi is kind of incentivized to block as much overwhelm as possible, and if the Broadwing deals 5 damage with like a pinata with you see attack token that lies. This is like peak Scion gaming. We haven't seen, you know, a good old Scion deck in quite some time. Jinden dodging the minefield of Ionia and making it to the finals and just enjoying all of this burn damage.
I'll be honest, Skarzig, we've seen, I think, at least I've seen a few Scion games in the past, you know, month or 2 or 3 in the different metas. I haven't seen Scion flip and like the revived copy come out in maybe 8 months since like the first month he was released. I'm not sure if it's been just unlucky game where he wasn't drawn, but I have not seen the animation of the flip copy come out.
That is actually true. When I was able to play Rumble Draven Scion, I think that I only got like the Rally for Scion like 1 game as well. But now I really, really like this line that Sukhoi has found. Going for the buff into the Cataclysm, you get to slap down this Scion and overwrite the attack token to make Jinda miss out on the rally. I still think you have enough overwhelm damage to still just close out the game from this position. Yeah.
Opponent has surrendered, Sukhoi taken down, and it all comes down to Draven becoming once again an absolute Chad of gaming and axe handling and axe juggling and survival skilling, because he hasn't been this looking this good in a long, long time. We're talking about Scion not leveling up. I haven't seen Draven be more than just a Mystic Shot target in a very long time as well. So very good, nice to see champions finding some time in the spotlight. Usually it's just Decimate in this deck, but now the champions are doing something too.
He's a 3-mana 3/2, create a spinning axe in hand, and then he just dies. Maybe you can block, or
this time he did so much more.
Sometimes you get the problem. Like, oh my god, the Bard's Ed was banned, like you said, and it's going to be Thralls versus Sivir Akshan. We have the Harbinger for turn 2.
Jindan is 1 game away from becoming a back-to-back Fight Night champion. Would only be a 2nd ever Fight Night win, but doing it back-to-back is a very rare thing that I believe only, maybe 3 or 4 players have achieved in the 50 plus editions of Fight Night that we have hosted for the EMEA region. So would join a very elite list of competitors, but still first has to win this game, and this tracker is going to try and say otherwise.
Yep, just a little bit of ship damage, a little bit of work coming through. Ironically, with Sivir Akshan, it has kind of moved away from, going all in on Sivir. It's got like a really nice package of early game units that put on a lot of pressure, and even without Sivir and Akshan, you just have a lot of consistent value, and then just converting to the threat of a rally. Harbinger going to take the trade into the Fleet Feather Tracker. Akshan stays alive, can get another swing here in order to accelerate this palace. Kindly Tavern Keeper also makes its way back into Jinden's hand, which you love to see. And Sukhoi, I think, is actually incentivized to develop here.
Yeah, I mean, if
a Broadwing or a Bright Steel Protector would be fantastic.
The idea of being on a clock is never more evident than against Thralls. There's a literal clock on the board. And so there is no time for priority passing. There is no time for playing it slow, because you know that once that clock reaches 0, a whole army of very frenzied, very frosty, very frozen Thralls will try and end your tournament run. And that's the case here. Broadwing comes down.
I like
Cavern
it.
Keeper
I really
out of the
like
way.
That play.
And 4 damage connecting with the Auction and the Treasure Seeker.
Yeah, the slow play with the Treasure Seeker, getting the Tavern Keeper out, and then getting the 1-for-1 with the Broadwing and pushing through some damage. We've got this Warlord's Palace ticking down. If Sukhoi has like a Sivir here, then it's going to be looking really, really good. Jinden does have the imagined possibilities and the time in a bottle. Can get a Thrall here pretty quickly, especially with the Harbinger as well, accelerating this. We can get 188 here that might hold the fort. But you have to ask yourself, right? When you're the Thralls player, are you in a situation where you want to get 1 Thrall quickly? Or can you survive at 16 HP and push the envelope and try to get 2 or 3, force Sukhoi to trade down, and then you just win the game off of the fact that your opponent's board is empty?
We'll see what ends up being the case here for Jinden, but it's looking rough. A pretty fast start from Sukhoi.
Very tough decision here. It looks like Jinden's committing to a double Thrall line. Going to try to accelerate both of these Thralls evenly. Do we go for Lysandra to get a blocker and extra Frozen Thrall in play? Blighted Ravine to wipe out this Auction and this Treasure Seeker? Or Clockwork Curator to fully follow through on this double Thrall line? And at the very least, I am happy that Jinden's deck is presenting some different lines and decisions when it comes to Thralls. When you're playing against this deck, you don't really see a lot of the nuances and decision making that goes into it, and you're just like, oh, there's suddenly 2 8/8s. What's going on here? I'm dead. And so we're seeing like the pressure of Jinden trying to commit to these lines, and Sukhoi has the Sivir, the perfect curve here, the 1 2 3 4. And we'll see if Jinden is fast enough. Did he pick Clockwork Curator? I'm not absolutely sure. If Clockwork Curator was the pickup here, then both of these Thralls can pop in a timely fashion and save the day. But if it's Blighted Ravine or Lysandra, those are defensive plays that are going to get scooped up because you don't have a good way to stop Sivir from beating you down.
Still 16 HP, so has a bit of a buffer to work with at the very least, despite this next turn maybe not being the most defensive. But not sure what that attack was. Was a bit strange, no?
Ravine was the pickup. Was kind of hoping for a means to wipe out the Auction and the Treasure Seeker.
And even more so with picking Ravine as I don't understand the attack there. Not sure what I'm missing.
Was just praying that Sivir would value trade, I guess.
Come on, at this level of play, I think Sukhoi has proven he's a good enough player to not take that, which is the only block you would think your opponent's trying to make you take with an attack like that one.
Yeah, and so by not having the Harbinger, it does invite Sukhoi to open attack, so you're only taking 7. So there is I've done weird plays like this before, Panda.
Oh, I would have blocked with Sivir 100%, but that's why I'm not in the grand finals of Fight Night.
No, I mean I will attack my opponent so that they block and tempt them into open attacking. So I know I'm gonna take damage, right? I know you're gonna take some damage, so you just do it so that you take a little bit less on average, hopefully. And Jinden is not going to tempt a Golden Aegis by developing the Blighted Ravine. Is just going to pass and says, okay, I have imagined possibilities. I can get an 8/8 here. At the start of the next round, I'll get another one.
Regardless of what the outcome of that attack was, we're in a position now where maybe Jinden has a chance to come back into the swing of things. 1 Thrall coming out for certain next turn. Has Blighted Ravine to maybe dissuade development. Ideally wants to try and make it so that Sukhoi continues developing before the Blighted Ravine is revealed and played down onto the board.
So I'm wondering if you just Ravine first, and
Still
then maybe Sukhoi
to
wants to go for the Aegis, and then you can negation.
Yeah.
Sukhoi's build, I think, has 1 Rite of Negation as well. And there is enough mana for Rally, Negation, Negation.
Yeah.
Ooh, a baby play. I like that. Playing the second Thrall.
8 mana to work with still. You still have mana for both Ravine and Negation, so your highlighted play is still a possibility. This is giving a chance again to Sukhoi to maybe make a mistake or maybe commit more mana than he would like to give.
I really like the imagined possibilities, though. Now, by playing this Frozen Thrall, you lose out on the imagined possibilities line because it's focus speed, right? So you're going to get 1 Thrall, but if you imagine possibilities this turn, you have 2. See, and there's the round end. Sukhoi is thinking, okay, well, if there's only 1 Thrall, then I can just, you know what I mean? Then I can just attack or maybe develop another challenger or something.
Attack coming through here. No chance for Concerted Strike due to Akshan's current attack total only being at 2.
Yeah, Sukhoi has 2 copies of Shape Stone, 3 Sharp Sight. Could go for it, but is probably, again, just respecting the Rite of Negation. Jindead's build has 2 copies of Rite of Negation, and we know that if you... maybe you do it anyway. Maybe you just get the negation out of their hand. Jinden's hand is very small, and then you maybe try to open up a Golden Aegis line for yourself to get around these Thralls. Jinden had to commit to a 2 Thrall line here. So there's 2 8/8s to kind of hold back on attack and defense. And then hopefully Blighted Ravine can do a little bit of work. We've got 3 Sisters in Tomb as well to push through some overwhelm damage here in a second turn. It's very tough to say.
Very close to popping the palace, though.
Oh, that's true.
So, yeah, maybe I guess...
Yeah, there it is. Shape Stone into Concerted Strike. Sukhoi is going to go for it here to take down this Thrall. You can even go for the block on the Akshan. If there is Rite of Negation here, you're still dealing some damage to it, and this Akshan gets another tick towards the Sentinel's Horde.
If there was a freeze, and there is one, this could be a little bit risky, but I'm not sure if you want to commit the 3 Sisters here just to Frostbite. Well,
ooh, but negates it. Okay, so negates it. No longer has that option versus a Golden Aegis, but Jinden, with this Thrall connecting and getting a second one at the start of the next round, is feeling confident here.
That leaves him out of the potential to play 3 Sisters or Ravine this turn. And going to the next turn, if the top deck is not great, despite having 2 very beefy blockers, there might still be enough damage on the bill wide with a rally effect, especially for this to still be the win for Sukhoi. But the clock is running out, the time is ticking, and again, low resources in hand is the one thing that maybe Sukhoi has in his favor.
Very, very hard decision being presented to Sukhoi. Normally, when you Relic of Power, you kind of have an idea of what you want. What's the missing piece to convert my board the way I want to? But there was a lot of hesitation there. So Sukhoi's game plan isn't quite set in stone, isn't quite locked in yet. Has the Merciless Hunter to develop, to put Vulnerable on this Thrall. And now, with another top deck, we have the means to maybe go a little bit wider here. We have, at the very least, Waking Sands for one more attacker.
A lot of good defensive tools to work with now, though. Tavern Keeper, the block, and the heal, as well as 3 Sisters in Tomb, or just the freeze effect as well, can be enough to stay alive here if you're Jinden.
Yeah, we don't have big enough attackers to get through the Thralls. We have to go around them. So here's the Waking Sands first. Going to see what Jinden does. I think Kindly Tavern Keeper is a fantastic play. Regardless, get a 3/3 and heal the Nexus.
It does lock you out of Ravine, but yeah, I do think it's necessary for this turn, considering the current situation on the board and the fact that you need to have a blocker and a little bit more HP.
Then you got to remember, too, the Blighted Ravine is also net 2. It's been kind of just waiting. I think Jinden's been kind of hoping that Sukhoi would misplay into it. And sometimes that's what you got to do. When you're really afraid of your opponent, you just have to sometimes open up these lines where they can misplay a bit. Taps under Golden Aegis means that Blighted Ravine is also not off the table because of the Kindly Tavern Keeper, and Sukhoi is not trying to play that, that mind game anymore. Has the 2 challenges now. with the Waking Sands and the Broadwing. Sends everything in, has the Sivir now. Going to level up, give quick attack to these two attackers, pushing through a lot of damage around the sides. Three Sisters Flash Freeze can, at the very least, hit this Merciless Hunter, but...
quick attack being given by the Sivir means that there's no point in not blocking the Sivir herself, just to take one extra point of damage, or one less point of damage. And there's level up on the Sivir due to the correct ordering there from Sukhoi. And that means that now it's going to be a very low HP total, 5 for Jinten, but not quite low enough where suddenly Ricochet becomes a possibility for lethal, for example.
And Jinten has 16 damage worth of Overwhelm coming through on the next turn, has 3 Sisters plus Entomb to potentially remove a blocker out of the way and hit for a full 6. So assuming that Sukhoi blocks as much damage as possible with the Sivir, we're going to be pushing 12 exactly.
Yeah, it could be lethal. 4 damage blocked with Sivir, and 8 damage connecting fully. As long as there's absolutely no interaction that can stop this in the 3 cards remaining in Sukhoi's hand and the 8 mana he has to work with. So we will see if that will be the case. Unlikely, but certainly not impossible. Sivir isn't blocking here, so even, I guess it really wouldn't matter in any case.
Has the quicksand to stop the overwhelm damage. Now, like we said earlier on the broadcast, Panda, Sivir Akshan has access to a lot of powerful tools, but doesn't want to go all in on quicksand because you can potentially just predict draw into it. Has it in hand, only 1 copy in Sukhoi's list, buys another turn. The Thralls can't find the lethal. Gonna also trade up with the sharp sight. Sukhoi really enjoying this line, pushing the luck a little bit further here against a flash freeze.
Can go, for a 3 Sisters flash freeze onto the 5/4 Tavern Keeper. Even Ravine wouldn't really do much of anything in terms of killing off Akshan or Sivir in this case.
They would just be net heal too. There's still a lot of healing. Jinten can maybe buy 1 more turn. Sukhoi does not have the rally. There are 2 copies of Golden Aegis. We've got another Warlord's Horde in play and the Sentinel's Horde. So a lot of value being presented.
And there is the flash freeze now in the Merciless Hunter, as we mentioned. So all of a sudden, this Thrall not taking any damage, going to stay alive as a pretty beefy blocker that can maybe not block the Sivir, but can at least block the Akshan and force him, to either have combat tricks to aid him or just take the hit. And Tavern Keeper can still come down this turn as well.
This is incredibly close regardless. We've still got this other Thrall. And you've got to remember as well, Panda, this Blighted Ravine was picked up off of that Time in a Bottle like ages ago. The other choices were Clockwork Curator and Lysandra. And so if we had Lysandra as the pick, we would have had Tough Nexus here, maybe a little bit less threat overall. But now Sukhoi doesn't really have that great of an open attack. Is kind of incentivized to develop maybe this Waking Sands. There's 1 more card in the hand. We know that Sukhoi needs to go as wide as possible here. So it looks like that might be the line. Jinten has had very, very low hand size as well this entire game.
Barrier for everyone is not bad in terms of keeping this board alive, but now really you just have to keep your overall units alive in the process as well. Throw away your Tavern Keeper into the Sivir, no problem. Take only maybe 2 damage or 3 from the Akshan possibly.
And so by developing the Brightsteel Protector first, we can't play the Waking Sands. You could Waking Sands into the final spot and up, and then overwrite one of your landmarks. If you wanted to have an extra 5/2 here. So missing out on a little bit of damage, it looks like. It would only be 7, actually. If these same blocks happened, you just have 1 more. But the idea for Sukhoi is just to deal enough damage to keep these Thralls back. Now we've got the Warlord's Horde, Font of Power coming through, a Rite of Negation, a Golden Aegis, a Concerted Strike to maybe stop the lethal. The only quicksand was already employed, and Jinten has an Ice Shard to push a little bit more damage through here.
1 damage to the Nexus, and 2 more damage pushed through with the Overwhelm due to the 1 HP loss from their blockers. So That's exactly enough. If we're looking at the current calculations. 12 HP. Oh, is it not? Ah,
because of the spell shield. Okay, because
Very
of the
clutch.
spell shield, and then Jinden finds finally at the end of the end a Blighted Ravine lethal. Sukhoi has Font of Power. Can you generate enough attackers plus the Golden Aegis to come back into this one against Jinden's final card? 2 final draws. Second Sivir. Blighted Ravine. Is there a rally?
This is what the Ravine was picked for so long ago. He knew he would need it for the lethal. He would need to throw some kind of icy attack at his opponent to guarantee a last bit of damage.
Is developing. Is this final card one of the 2 Golden Aegises in the deck? It's 4 attackers versus 3 blockers, but you still have enough beef in play to stop the Ravine.
He wouldn't make this play otherwise, Skarzik. There it is. Golden Aegis comes down, but Rally, I'm not sure if it'll be enough with the heal from Ravine, the 2 blockers available.
You block the Sivir, you block the Waking Sands, you deal 6, Ravine pops and deals 2, and it's a tie?
No. You need 3. 6, 9,
oh,
yeah.
Okay. My math is bad. Okay.
Calculated.
Is off by
Jinden
1.
With Ravine in a way that, we all thought this game was over, but he fought till the end, and somehow he was able to find the lethal with that Ravine in the end and become Fight Night champion for a second week in a row. A 2-0 win over Sukhoi's full Demacia lineup. Very impressive play from Jinden, especially this game where everything looked a little bit doomed in that mid game. We thought it was over. Just the quicksand, especially that turn, was really devastating in terms of that lethal was already set up there with the Entomb. But in the end, able to survive and able to get the win.
That was honestly a really awesome game, I gotta say. Sivir Akshan versus Thralls. Thralls coming back into the metagame, a card that we haven't seen in a long time. We saw that even though it is a very strong deck, how your opponent can really push it to its limits, and how a decision made so early on in the game can finally come back to present a lethal right there towards the end. We're going to go to a quick break now, chat, and when we get return, we will have an interview with Jinden. We'll get some insights into what they think about the current metagame, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the end of Fight Night Legends EMEA. We do have an interview coming up, but before we get to that, I do want to take a look at the bracket and kind of go over the journey that led us to this moment, Panda. Jinden is our winner, taking a very close 2-0 in the grand final set, but Jinden had to take down a new player, had to take down Anarchy, and then Thomas, one of the boogeymen, who brought aggro to this fight night, and a player who has had a lot of success historically in fight nights with aggro.
And Jinden also took down both of the deep enjoyers. So really an enemy of the deep players, taking down Mr. Zyra in round 1 and Anarchy in round 2 as well. Something to note, of course, from my perspective. But yeah, very fun tournament. And Jinden, I think, definitely a deserved winner in terms of his play, especially in this grand final was very interesting. But we do have Jinden here with us to actually go over those plays and to actually, dive a little bit deeper into the insight of his lineup and his strategy. So Jinden, congrats on the great win. How are you feeling?
Thank you.
Compared to last week? Is it the same?
Amazing.
Amazing.
I keep winning. Let's go.
Well, let's hope you can keep that up. But I wanted to ask you right away. It's fresh on our minds right now. You attacked on this last game in an attack that was a bit confusing for some players and casters alike. Going into that turn 4, I think it was, with into that. I think you were hoping the Sivir to block. Is that correct? When you had Ravine in hand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it was again just attacking. Trying to get that Sivir to block, maybe get some value, and by cashing in your blocker, you invite that open attack, so you're kind of taking less damage on the return swing potentially, rather than Sivir Auction just developing wider. I kind of liked it. Was a very, very subtle mind game indeed, with a massive upside if somehow your opponent did make that play. One thing I did want to ask you as well, Jinden, when it comes to this lineup, were these the decks that you knew were going to be good and you brought them, or you kind of just heard they were good and you wanted to see how they would do?
I just know 3 of the decks I brought was good, and Charles was tier 1 for sure. Bard Zed, probably not tier 1, but if I play it, I don't think I could lose any matchup, to be honest. Third deck Cyan, that was a last minute deck. I didn't want to bring a cringe deck again, like Pantheon or Lurk. So I was like, maybe Cyan would be a good meta call at the moment, and it was. So yeah.
A good meta deck and also a Panda approved deck for Fight Night. So good pick there,
yes,
Jinden.
Also a good reason why I brought it, because you asked for an aggro deck, and I'm like,
good.
There's no good aggro deck.
Perfect. I want to ask you, Jinden, kind of a bit off topic from the current tournament. There's been an announcement recently about a LoR Masters tournament for Asia. I saw on Twitter. Ooh. Obviously, you are from the Philippines. Will you be participating in this tournament? Are you hyped for it? How do you take this news? It's obviously, for me at least, from casting and watching LoR Masters, I think it's very, very exciting to have it in Asia as well.
I live in Riyadh. I was born and raised here. I never went to Philippines yet, so I'm just an EU player at the moment until I go there.
Rip. Well,
and even then, even then, if I get there, I need to wait for another year because it's part of the rules.
Okay. I knew you were in Riyadh, but I thought maybe you had moved back to Philippines, or I don't know.
No.
Okay. Well, I take it.
There was a couple shuffles around like that too. I think with like the first European Masters, there was like a couple players who couldn't qualify for one reason or another because of a similar reason. But again, the congratulations on your win for sure, Jinden. Was there any other lists that you felt like some new up and coming things, not just like Pantheon and Aphelios, but any of the newer decks as well that you think could have some legs to stand on in the competitive scene?
Ani S. I still stand by it's one of the best decks at the moment. I agree. Demacia. I've seen some plays and good players doing a lot of having a lot of good performance with it, so maybe that. But yeah, pretty much it's the same as last week.
Okay.
I still think a lot that can still be solved. I think overall there's a lot of archetypes that are not fully refined yet, and I think there's definitely a lot still that can be solved for the next edition of Fight Night. Just overall throughout the rest of this season, going into the seasonal, it's still very far away, of course. There's still there can be a lot of movement still happening. Of course, developers might aid in that with a few timely nerfs in the future. But Jinden, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your performance today. I think I was saying it on air. I'm not sure you caught it because you were probably playing and focused on that. But it's very impressive to win back-to-back Fight Night tournaments, despite getting 2 wins. A lot of players have done this, maybe yes, but 2 in a row is very rare. And you kind of had joined the elite of like maybe 3 or 4 players that have done it in the past. So very impressive to be on such form, and congrats on that. And hopefully you can keep it up the rest of the season and going into seasonals as well, and have a good success there.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jinden.
Yep. Have a good one. And
Have a
so
good one.
that was our newly crowned winner, Jinden, taking his 2nd win in a row. Going to keep the hype train going. Again, showcasing the power of some of the newer decks in the metagame, and still has his eyes open for some other up-and-coming decks that players haven't quite picked up on yet. Maybe next week we'll see some Annie Ezreal, a personal favorite of mine, and maybe some Bard Demacia, bringing elites out of the gutter and just putting big green numbers on them.
I'm going to go on a tangent really quick, Swarzy, before we end, off of Sparkling Iced Tea's comment in chat saying you. And I'm going to confess to you, every time you would say something about Fight Night EU and the way you said it, casting about the last year and a half, I always wanted to follow up with something, but I could never do it. I had to stay serious. And now it's EMEA, so you don't say it anymore. So I'm like, damn, I missed my chance to have some kind of comeback.
To be like, me?
Yeah, I don't know what I wanted to do with it, but it's triggered me subtly for the past year and a half, so I had to bring it up. I'm sorry, viewers, for the tangent, but that will be all from us today. That is all from this tournament. Jinden, I think, played fantastic, as I mentioned. A little bit more Pantheon Yumi that we would have liked. But still, that is what it is with competitive tournaments like this one. There will be Fight Night next week, correct?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, we're still keeping going. And now that I'm back, it'd be a shame if we went on hiatus again. I'm looking forward to seeing how the meta develops as we head into next week. Are people just going to hop all on the Thralls train? Are we going to see more Thrall counters? You'll have to wait and see, viewers. But until then, that'll be it for us. We'll see you next time.